Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those for well to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Welcome to League Night here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, the show where we cover leagues and club play around the world. Tonight we have got a great broadcast. We're going to cover 5 games from the Virtual Diplomacy League, and we are going to debut for the first time ever the Youth Diplomacy Championship. Get ready to watch the next generation of players battle it out to find out who's on top. Pay attention because you will be seeing them in your future on a board soon. Welcome to League Night. Helping me with the broadcast tonight, we have 2 analysts. The first up, fresh off his win at DixieCon, Karthik Konath. Karthik, welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
And for the first time ever, also making a debut, Jamal Blakarli. Jamal, welcome.
Hello, how you doing?
Glad you are both here. We've got a lot to cover tonight, so we're going to get quickly into it. First up, let's talk about what happened during our last broadcast. Jamal, you had a little bit of firsthand knowledge there. Let's take a quick look at our standings right now. And you can see that currently in first place, we have Justin Lohr. Got a 60% elimination rate, but a score of 395 on the strength of the only solo of the season so far. Ben Kelman, dominant performance, probably would be league leader if not for Justin's solo. And then Jamal, you had a really good week last week, coming in with some solid games, moving up into third place. Rounding out your top 7, Brandon Dix, Micah Blom, Karsten, Brett. I am so sorry, Karsten. I'm not even going to try to mispronounce that one. And Jason Bennett. Cody Green, Doug Malott, Isaac Jukes knocking on the door. Jamal, you have a little firsthand experience with this league. Why don't you kind of talk us through what happened last month and what may be on some of these players' minds coming into this month's games?
For sure. Well, last month will go down in history as the notorious Bermuda Triangle games, where fleets suddenly disappeared from Backstabber because convoys were not allowed anymore via the Backstabber interface. So we reverted to old school submitting orders via digital paper to a GM who was helping out. So a big shout out to all the GMs that stepped in to make those games happen. But yeah, the games continued, and we had some really interesting play. And I think you're now seeing the league really shape up into the back end of the season. You've got a couple of people at the very top there who I think are probably locks, who are probably now turning their minds to how they can position themselves for the top board. And then a whole bunch of people that are really tight and are all in with a really good shot to make it into that top board. So I think the rest of the season will be really interesting.
Yeah, we're coming into the second half of the season. This is really the start of that second half. Karthik, you've got a lot of experience playing in both tournament and league play. What's your approach at this portion of the season? What's your mindset?
Yeah, so normally at this point in the season, I have not played any games, which is also true right now. So this is sort of when I sort of kick it into high gear and play for these big board tops that get me into the top 4 or 5 ideally. Because one of the key things to note is that when you only have 2 or 3 games, it's really easy to set up those scores that take you up the leaderboard. But when you have 4 or 5 scores logged, it needs to be a big score for there to be any movement, right? Because you have all these other scores that are already taking up the top few spots in like, your scoring system, right? Because you have the 3 best scores that you have and then the best of the rest, or sorry, the average of the rest. So 1, you have to make it. But 2, if you've already made it, like, Justin Lore, pretty much guaranteed. Ben Kelman, pretty much guaranteed. Jamal, pretty much guaranteed. Like you said, this is where you try to make friends, try to see who you want to bring onto the top board with you, and most importantly, shore up your reputation as someone who can be trusted as a good faith dealer.
And I'll point out what Captain Gaming just said. You only need 1 if it's solo.
Very true.
Couldn't say it better myself. You can see that with Justin's score, right? He has a 60% elimination rate. He's done pretty badly in a number of games, but has that amazing, huge score from the solo, and so is in a position where he can really focus on building that trust.
Right. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's really about taking opportunity and seizing it when you have it, and then making the most out of it, right? Because you will be eliminated all the time. It's just a fact of life. But if you can get those big scores when you get those chances, you'll be number 1.
Well, and some of us are eliminated a little bit more often than others as a fact of life. But yeah, you only need a couple of good scores, and that's the beauty of the way that these games are scored. I feel like it's a really good balance between rewarding players who have consistent results, but also leaving just enough chance where any player could qualify. Jamal, last question before we get into our gameplay, and you don't have to answer this because this is perhaps exposing some of your league strategy. But when you are one of those top 3 who Karthik describes as a lock for making it into the top 7, is your approach to continue trying to get the best that you can to try and help maximize your score, maybe get a higher seed, or do you tend to kind of take an easy kind of rest, relax, and not try and make yourself too big a target?
Well, I mean, I might contend the premise that I am a lock here. I don't quite think that that it's there yet. There's some other people could get some pretty big scores and push me down. But I mean, I think you can do both, right? I think you should always be playing to win. You should always be trying to go and get the best possible score you can get. But you can do that in such a way and with a style of play that isn't going to be breaking too many alliances and stabbing too many people in the back, and you can still do very well whilst playing in a really friendly way to encourage everyone else to have fun. So why not do both?
Yeah, couldn't say it better myself. All right, well, let's get to our first game. We'll transition us over. And here we see Virtual Diplomacy League game 185 in Austria. We've got Comedier, England, Alan Thompson, France, Micah Blom, Germany, Tom Firkins, Italy, Jason Gray, Russia, Karsten Bratt, Turkey, Yelta Kuiper. We're going to see Yelta later in those YDC games. But for VDL 185, Jamal, I'm going to give you the honor. Who are you going to be keeping an eye on in this game? Are there any storylines that you're watching out for?
I mean, I have an Australian bias. So Alan Thompson, Jason Gray, both Australian players. So keen to see how they go. One of the most exciting up and coming players for me is Micah Blom. And she's in 5th. She's in a really good position in this league at the moment. So she's one of those people that has played a lot of games, so maybe needs a big score in order to really secure her spot on the top board. So I'll be watching out for her in France.
Yeah, and I will second that. Micah was league leader for a couple months in the Virtual Diplomacy League. And yeah, you're kind of running into that rougher part of the stretch. Once you get your 4 scores, becomes a lot more difficult to increase, and especially when you've got somebody soloing in front of you. But Micah's put in a lot of time, and we've seen tremendous growth over the past couple of years. Last year just was one of our alternates for the DBN Invitational. This year, if Micah continues playing the way that she has this season, I do anticipate seeing her in the DBNI this year, should she choose to accept. So let's go ahead and get to our game. Karthik, go ahead and have you lead off with play-by-play. Jamal, let you fill in with color commentary. We're going to go ahead and alternate years. So Karthik, you'll stay that way for 1901, and then Jamal will flip-flop in the fall. Try and keep it timing tight because we got a lot of games here. Let's try to get them roughly 30 seconds, 45 seconds per move if we can, and we'll get to it.
Perfect. So I think I want to call attention to what I see in the North first. We see London open up to the English Channel, which is something we do not see as often anymore, but is a very, very powerful anti-French move when executed correctly. At the same time, in the West, we see Brest going to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, while Paris slides to Brest. That's something that we very, very rarely see. My guess is we normally setting up for a convoy, but now I fear that Paris may end up being locked in Brest, preventing the build of a fleet in Brest to counter the fleet in the English Channel. In the south, we see Venice going to Tyrolia and Naples going to Tyrrhenian Sea, potentially setting up one of the classic Western convoys into Tunis, while then moving forward into Western the year after. And then we see in the other parts of the east, we see the classic Austrian opening. We see anti-Lepanto from Yalta. And then in the center of the board, we see Kiel going to Denmark, and relatively standard opening from Carson as well.
I wonder if Paris to Brest was Micah sniffing out that England was going to go to the Channel and wanted to kind of put a block on there, whilst also going to Mid-Atlantic Ocean to give her a shot at both Portugal and Spain. It'd be interesting to see how that develops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely the move of the season.
So yeah, as I was saying, the convoy was possible. The question is whether does it get parked there, or does she take the risk? She wisely chooses to take the risk, and it pays off here. And she managed to get Portugal and Spain with armies and have the fleet still in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Very pro-German opening. Good success for her. We'll see how it pays off. Convoy to Tunis from Rome does succeed, leaving the fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea able to move into either Lyon or Western as it so pleases. The army holds in Tyrolia, opting not to go anywhere. Sevastopol's fleet makes it into Romania, showing the likelihood of a strong RA occurring. Bulgaria tries to bounce it out rather than bouncing out of Greece, which causes Greece to just be able to slide in without support. We see Kiel go to Holland, allowing Germany to go up by 2. Denmark does not bounce out Sweden, allowing Russia to go up by 2 as well. So very, very good opening all around, plus the convoy to Belgium, causing England to go up by 2.
Yeah, I think that the positioning here in the West is interesting. I think Germany kind of gets to pick here which way they go. You know, you've got English sitting in the English Channel, you've got France with a fleet still in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So I'd expect a fleet build Brest and a bit of tension there. And Germany, I think, is in the driver's seat to choose. And I find Italy's moves fascinating in the south as well. This is a little opening that I think McCullus has recommended before around actually keeping the Tyrrhenian Sea there so that you can then push further. Interesting, it wasn't followed up with Tyrolia to Piedmont, which is kind of the natural thing if you're going to go all out against France. Maybe there was something else going on there, but yeah, I mean the Italian builds are gonna really declare the hand here, and France could be in trouble with if Germany decides not to side with them and go with England here.
Right.
Double fleets from Micah Blom's France. We've got double fleets from Alan Thompson's England. If there was any thought of cooling between these two powers, these builds tell me otherwise. Jamal, anything stand out to you with these adjustments? What are you going to be watching for as we move into spring of 1902?
Oh, I mean, double fleets from England and double armies from Germany. Micah has her work cut out for her here because, I mean, England and Germany can walk into Burgundy unopposed here, and this is spelling trouble for France. I think the Italian fleet build as well is not the best. I mean, yeah, I think the West is going to consolidate very quickly. It'll be interesting now to see what the East does in response to that. And if there are good players in the East, and are they going to be able to pick up on what's being put down here and rapidly respond to this EG that looks like it's potentially in a position to do some steamrolling?
And we'll just take a little bit of our valuable time here, Karthik, because I'm curious to hear your perspective on this. If you are a player in the East, you see this potential for France to be gutted. Let's say that you're Karsten in Russia, for example. What do you want to see in the West?
If I'm Karsten, I'm putting every single ounce of power I have to slow down the EG. Because when you're Russia, you want France to be somewhat alive, ideally, to keep both England and Germany in check. Just ignoring the player, just focusing on the theory. That's what you kind of want. So Russia definitely doesn't want this to happen. Turkey and Austria both are largely benefited by this. Really, Italy is the only benefactor in the East from France going down quickly. And Italy has every reason to accelerate it. So which one of the two between Italy and Russia sort of gets the way more, I think will probably be the biggest benefactor of France, France's politics right now.
All right, Jamal, take us through 1902.
All right, 1902. So in the West, we see the expected fighting with England and France. England slipping into the Irish Sea. As predicted, Germany marches straight into Burgundy unopposed. France does pull back to Gascony. I'm interested with the move Marseille to Spain rather than pulling the army in Portugal back across to provide some extra defense. We'll see how that plays out. Over in the north, it looks like, so England slips into St. Petersburg while St. Petersburg is pulling into position to maybe do something interesting there, and Germany is rolling up the fleet to Skagerrak as well. So it looks like the EG is strong and also going to try and take out a bit of Russia at the same time. Austria and Turkey look to be coordinating. Turkey's fleets are both coming out down the south in a very anti-Italian direction. Austria is pushing into Tyrolia, and Italy, sniffing this out, is convoying back to Rome, probably wise, and not pushing against France. I think Italy's making the best of a difficult situation here. So I mean, I'm reading Rat and EG as the main play here.
Yep.
Karthik, how do you feel about the Rat in this situation?
Well, like I said, the only one really served by France going down is Italy. So if you're the Rat, you want to stop Italy from taking down France and try to forestall, the end as quickly, as much as you can. So it's the right call, in my opinion.
Oh, and here we go. Austria. So maybe the Rat is not on because Austria walks around Venice into Piedmont. I mean, that could still be anti-Italian, but it could also be trying to, help or not France in this situation. So that is very interesting. You don't see that a lot. Turkey elects not to take the support into the Ionian Sea, which is very interesting, and pulls back to Constantinople and Aegean, as well as going up to Armenia. So I suspect something has gone on diplomatically with Yelte and Karsten here, because this is not inherently the set of moves that I would be playing from this position, but there's clearly a reason for Yelte to be pulling back. Meanwhile, Karsten does retake St. Petersburg, and Alan just goes, I'm not going to hold that anyway. I'm going to walk back out to Norway. And Karsten does lose Sweden to the German. England gets into mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is not where you want to be here. But France does bounce Paris. And looks like they may be just immediately going for a Western Triple kind of Janissary situation by pulling all the way back into Lyon and Western Med, and looking to potentially go straight east in the face of what is probably a losing battle against the English and the German.
I mean, Tunis is guaranteed for the French now, so.
Yeah, because Italy pulled back Tyrrhenian Sea to Naples, didn't they? Yeah, okay, wow, yep. Yeah. So this is fascinating. There's a lot of interesting play going on here, and it's very dynamic.
And I wonder if Yelte was in on it. That's the only thing that I can see that would make sense for such a radical shift here. Perhaps seeing, hey, we've got this Western Triple coming. I'm going to move into position where I can start taking advantage and work together with England against Russia. So it's always a gamble when that happens, but I think people do often say Turkey is the one power in the East that does not hate the Western Triple. Winter of 1902, we've got one adjustment. Germany putting down an army in Belgium. Move on to spring of 1903. Karthik, give us your thoughts on that adjustment, and then walk us through the orders.
So I think one of the most brilliant things, was the disband of Romania. That bought back Turkey's trust and willingness to go along with the rat, Russia would not win a fight against Turkey and EG at once. So they needed to do something to get Turkey back on side, and they did it. They paid the piper. And now they're able to go sort of on the tactical offensive in the north, right? So we see Baltic cutting Sweden, supporting the attack on Norway. That goes without any issue. In the meantime, we see England focusing more on France. We see Germany basically kind of holding the center, but not really advancing anything. And then we see France, as I mentioned, taking Tunis. Austria just continues to encircle Italy more and more. At a certain point, you kind of need to take those dots rather than just like, doing a little ring around the rosy. But I think surely now is when, in the fall, when things start to fall. And also at the same time, there is position being gained on the Germans.
Yeah, and I think Micah has been lied to here. I think Micah was pitched, come and join this Western Triple. We'll keep you alive if you push east. And obviously Brest was always going to be lost. That was always going to be a price to pay here. But the bouncing Gascony tells me that Micah thought that she was rolling forward and still being able to be part of this. And I think England and Germany have just decided your dots are more enticing to us than your forward units. It's hard, but unless Russia makes some very, very rapid gains in the north, I think it's going to be difficult for Micah to recover from here.
I know that both of you are very trustworthy, would never lie, at least not this early in the game. But how do you feel if this were a lie? Do you think this is worth that cost for England?
My general rule with situations like this is that I don't actually think that other people controlling units and dots are a problem for me if those units and dots are doing things that I am happy with them doing. So in this situation, if I was England or Germany, I would not be taking Micah's centers because Micah's units are doing really good work over in the east. So there's no reason to take those centers until like the very last turn of the game because, the units aren't any threat to you. So I think there's a little bit of greed creeping in, which is common amongst diplomacy players. It's not how I would inherently play this situation, but if you are trying to get big quickly and trying to pick up extra centers for yourself, I can see why you do it.
Yep, I take the exact same view as Jamal here. I'm well known for my Janissary play, both on the Janissary Master and on the Janissary side when push comes to shove. And I think I would never lie about making a Janissary offer like this because it really damages your long-term credibility. And when you keep on playing with the same people over and over again, given how small the hobby is, that becomes a really, really big issue. If I am going to take someone off the board, I kind of just tell them that I am going to do so. And I think that's probably the better way to handle it rather than getting Micah's hope up here.
And we were not part of the negotiation. We don't know for sure that is what happened. We're just speculating. This could very well be negotiated, and England could just be making moves to make sure that negotiation takes place. But regardless, we've got a English fleet in Brest as we move into fall of 1903.
So now I think it's pretty clear to say that this was not negotiated. England is trying to go steal Portugal. They're moving their units around. Paris is taken as well. But Marseille does manage to sneak into Burgundy, which is nice. At the same time, EG tries to take back Norway. Does not work. I think at this point, the question is, can Russia outplay EG tactically long enough? Because the units are certainly going to be coming from the spoils of the French war. And really the only question is, can Austria and Russia do enough to the Munich-Berlin line to pin EG in place? In the south, we see Ionian and Aegean moving successfully through the Mediterranean seas, moving into Tyrrhenian, moving into Ionian. Italy is basically done for. It's a question of how quickly they go, not a question of if they go.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing in the south here a real solidification of the rat. So, Yeltsin's pulling back from Bulgaria, giving space, pushing forward and ahead to try and essentially get to what should be the Italian defensive line before England gets there. So there's some really good play happening here and really good forward thinking. You can always take those Italian dots later. You don't need them right now, although I do think they need another fleet in the south. So it'll be interesting to see if Russia or Austria are willing to give that unit to Turkey to let that happen, or maybe Austria sends their fleet across. But yeah, some pretty efficient takedown by the EG. And the line is still in play. No one's quite got it yet.
Two things I want to point out. One, Steve Hogue, Russia, the RT could have taken Budapest, Serbia, and Greece in this situation. So, Jamal, do you feel like that would have been good for the RT? Is that a choice you would have made?
It's not, because you desperately need Austria in this position, right? The EG is just going to, if Russia and Turkey collapse Austria here, Germany is just marching all the way straight through that line and going to completely take, Vienna, Trieste, all that kind of thing. So in the short term, sure, you might get a few centers from that, but in the long term, you're really giving up your ability to defend against what is a fairly locked-in alliance in the West. So I agree that they absolutely could have done it, but I'm glad to see they didn't.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
And I think my favorite order of the turn was the French supporting Aegean to Ionian. Indicates that there could be some bad blood between Micah and the West. So in effect, you could consider those French units Eastern at this point. Going to be curious to see whether or not that makes a difference in how things turn out. Winter of 1903, we've got a couple of adjustments, putting down Fleet Keel, which I do think is interesting. I'd like to get your thoughts on that as we move into the spring, Karthik. But then the other one is, and I didn't comment on this last turn, England moving into North Sea. So, like, your thought on both of those. And then in the West, or in the East, we've got Army Warsaw disband in Venice. So, spring of 04. Karthik, your thoughts on those builds and that move into North Sea?
Yeah, so I think the fleet build was necessary. First, I think in most good EGs, Germany will have a second fleet. But even more importantly than that, Germany can justify it because of the fleet in the Baltic that they need to deal with. The move to the North Sea, I think, was also necessary just to deal with Norway, as I mentioned last turn.
Yeah. And so this turn we see Russia and Austria really push to the line and get a lot of success there. Blowing up that army in Bohemia is big, because that's not coming back with the current German position. I mean, maybe they get to rebuild it back in Kiel, but it's tricky. So that's a very, very good tactical. I guess it was guaranteed, but it's still a good position for the Rat there. They're cleaning up Italy. So, they're putting Austria into Rome. Turkey's taking Naples, and as suspected, Micah is now on side with the Rat and going to go cause some trouble to her Western friends that were so nice to her. And so, yeah, I really think that I think the EG maybe had the momentum earlier, but I think that it's quickly slipping away from them here, and I'm not sure how they're going to be able to push past the line now. And given Austria's in Piedmont and France is on side, I wonder if it's actually going to swing back the other way, and the Eastern powers are going to have the jump on the EG here.
Right. And I think this is probably one of the most instructive games we've had in a long time. As Jamal and I were talking about earlier, this is what happens when you stab France as early as they did and they blow up the Janissary offer. And this is also what happens when Russia and Turkey do not stab Austria and blow up their, co-equal partner. Here we see the Rat be able to steamroll across, into the key positions really effectively. Whereas we see EG now basically having to deal with French raiders behind their line, a lot of pressure along their front lines, and there's simply just no way to deal with it quickly enough. So I think they may find they made a mistake here.
And apologies, I think I've missed the obvious play for next turn, which is that Berlin and Munich are effectively guaranteed. Correct. Because Burgundy is French and France is not on side.
Yep.
That French unit in Burgundy could be huge.
Because Baltic can tap Kiel, which means the support, it's guaranteed.
All right, fall of 1904.
All right, so yes, as we see, they put the French into Munich, which is a good play, and you can see essentially as Karthik said, right, the Eastern powers, the people who are running the Eastern side of the Alliance, are much more willing to play that Janissary role and keep their Janissaries alive here. So they have Michael working with them, and they'll put her into Munich and keep her well alive. Berlin is taken as suspected. Russia does lose Norway, but there's not much they can do about that. And with England really choosing not to come around the top around North, it's not that much of a problem. Yelte, so Yelte's moves are interesting here, right? This is either a stab or this is potentially agreed, because the rat is becoming fairly unbalanced. So I think there was a level of agreement here to giving Yelta something. I'm not sure they were planning on giving Yelta 3. Serbia, Naples, and Rome, and Austria are effectively losing 2 here. This looks more like a stab than an agreement. So this is Yelta.
Yeah, 100% a stab here. When I look at this, I think this is what it comes down to, really, is timing, right? Like, timing is everything in the game of diplomacy, and people were saying, oh, Yeltsin could have gotten 2 earlier. He got in Serbia and Greece. Now he's getting Serbia. Greece is guaranteed sort of for him when he wants it. He was able to get Rome, able to get Naples, able to eliminate Italy from the game, which is the main southern fleet power. France is kind of irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and has a bone to pick with the West. So I think in terms of timing, this basically is guaranteed that Yelta has complete dominion over the southern side of the board.
And one other thing I will say, what's up with the yellow arrows? I think we may have, I'll go back and show that. I think we might have a bug in Dipcast for a couple of these. I don't think, like, some of these are clearly retreats, but I don't think that this one, for example, was a retreat. So I think this was a supported move. So let's just keep an eye on that. We'll see if that continues. All right. Welcome back, Jamal.
I'm back.
Right. The stab was so good that they felt it all the way in Australia.
This stab was so good it blew up my internet.
All right. Well, with that, we are going to play Who Do You Like? This is a good time for it. We'll start with you, Jamal, for your debut. What you could pick any power on the board to step in, take over, and win the game. Who do you want to be?
I think I have to take Turkey here. You know, that was a very brutal and a very effective stab. You've got 3 builds here. You've got to walk into the Black Sea, assuming one of them's a fleet, and all of the Austrian and Russian units are on the other side of the board.
Karthik?
Yeah. Turkey is the obvious answer here. I'm not sure if there's a better answer anywhere else, but because I want to be a little bit original and not be boring, I'm going to choose England here. I think that the Turkish move will produce a massive overreaction from a lot of the board. I think Germany will probably start sending more units south than they need to. I think Russia and Austria will pull everything back. And I think this gives England the chance, if they play it right, to be able to take a lot of German dots, Russian dots, and French dots along the way and get to a pretty good position.
Well, I want to say 2 things. One, shout out to Micah for being where she is at this point in the game. This is not what I would have predicted 2 years ago. Really, really impressed with that. I don't see Micah easily coming around to win this thing, but this is just showing why she's matured as a player, and we probably will see her in the DBNI this year. But I think my sleeper pick is going to be the unknown player in Germany. I could definitely see. I mean, it's going to be a stretch, I think. But I could see a world in which Germany's able to get the advantage in the West there. Winter of 1904, just take a pause, take a look at that. And Karthik, I'll let you, or actually Jamal, I'll let you talk about those adjustments before we get into 1905.
Yeah, so we have, I mean, again, my eyes are immediately drawn to the Turkish adjustments. It makes sense. So Yeltsin is probably going to take the walk into Sevastopol, the walk into Black Sea, and you know, this is just so powerful in this position. So you know, probably correct builds all around there, which is really good to see. The fleet London, I think it makes sense, but I'm interested to see where that goes, whether it goes north or south. I think England has a choice here about which direction they want to try and expand. Yeah, look, everything else seems as expected. Austria pulling Tuscany furthest from home. Yeah.
Right, spring of 1905, Karthik.
Sure. So now that we are here, like Jamal mentioned, just free walks all around. There is a move back from Austria to try and defend Greece. Does it really matter much? Probably not. Austria can kind of choose here whether they want to take the convoy of Constantinople into Greece by force, whether they want to take the convoy into Romania by force, and then whether or not they want to take Greece with the fleets. Just a ton of optionality for the Turks and nothing much RA can do about it. At the same time, in the north, we see England basically moving into position and basically ensuring that France has no way back into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. We see the English and the Germans trying to hold off attempts by the Russians and the French to take more of the German home possessions. For now, that works just fine. I see what's happening there. Okay, so yeah, but both of the bounces around Kiel and Berlin can't cancel out each other from the supports. But yeah, just good moves all around.
Yeah, I want to point out a very slight tactical inefficiency here in what's otherwise a very, very good stab by Yelta, which is that Yelta built Fleet Con and Army Ankh, and my expectation was that Ankh would go to Armenia to follow up and support Sevastopol. But he moved Con to the Black Sea and Ankh to Con, which, if that was your intention to do that set of moves, why don't you build Fleet Ankh, Army Con, and then at least the army's now in Bulgaria, which is a better position for it to be in. So,
Right.
You could go either way, but if you're going to go this way, that was probably the wrong way to build those two units. Whereas if you build them as he did, rotating the army up through Armenia makes more sense.
Agreed. And yeah, it doesn't make much of a difference in the end because he ends up convoying it, but it does mean that the Black Sea has to be used for a convoy instead of support, and had Russia and Austria moved differently, it could have been an issue. But now we see that what needs to happen ends up happening just fine. Venice does walk out of, the Austrian unit in Venice does walk out to Apulia, allowing the Adriatic fleet to be kept alive, which is really useful because it cuts support for an attack on Greece. At the same time, in the south, we see France trying to make a move on Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Goes nowhere because, as I mentioned last time, England had moved in position to defend it effectively. This time, however, because Silesia moves to Bohemia, instead of tapping Berlin, Kiel falls. And that's really, really big for the FR, really bad for EG, actually really bad for Germany, less bad for England, because this chaos, I think, benefits England in the long run. But Germany does get back Munich in exchange for losing Kiel, so that's at least something.
Yeah, but the consequence of getting back Munich is that France has walked straight into Burgundy, and next year can walk straight back into Paris.
Yes.
So this is chaotic on both sides of the board. And yeah, look, I think Yelta does have the jump on Austria and Russia just due to the fact they're picking up another 2 here. But this is, as you can see, the consequence of stabbing both of your allies at the same time is, there was really never an option to work with one of them against the other. And now he's got to fight every front all at once, which, maybe he's in a position to do so, but it's tougher than you'd like it to be.
Right.
Winter of 1905. Take a look at those adjustments. Karthik, anything stand out to you?
I think this time the army building on Ankara should be going to Armenia. I have to hope. If it goes to Constantinople, I'm flying over to the Netherlands to ask Yelta what the hell he thinks he's doing. But other than that, I think the Russian polls make a lot of sense. They're probably what's required. If I were Russia, I'd probably keep Baltic because I'm also a little bit annoyed at Germany and want to cause some chaos over there. But I think you also kind of need to keep Moscow, Ukraine, and Galicia if you want to have any hope of holding back Turkey. So smart adjustments all around.
Jamal, spring of 06.
So yes, the army does go to Armenia, which is good, but Yelta is losing Romania because of the overwhelming force of the Russian and Austrian units. Does take Greece, but loses Ionian Sea and loses Naples here in the guest. So not the best turn for Yelta in Turkey here. The Russia and Austria, I think, have probably guessed right on every turn in this one. Micah, I think, does the correct move here and doesn't actually take Paris immediately, just holds the position in Burgundy just to make sure that she can get the walk in the fall, but does lose Kiel because Russia had disbanded that fleet in Baltic, and now it really is just numbers over there. So I think the alliance structures are pretty standard as to what you'd expect here, and there's just a bit of cleanup. I think the chaos is kind of abating slightly, and you'll fall back into a more normal position in the next year or so. And yes, as we can see, Micah takes the walk into Paris, which is excellent for her, going back and picking up another home center. So, Micah coming back here is not out of the question. Germany as well takes back all of their home centers, so cleans up Berlin as well as Kiel. And there's a nice little slip into St. Petersburg just for good measure, just to say thank you to Russia for coming and attacking me. Let me take St. Petersburg from you here and really make this hard for you. Similarly, Yelta. So if Russia and Austria guessed right last turn, well, then Yelta's guessing right this turn, and this is the turn that matters. So Yelta gets back into Romania, bounces Sevastopol so he doesn't lose it, gets to keep Greece, and also does the correct little tap to get Naples back. So all of the kind of the backsliding that Yelta did last turn is more than made up for here. And he's going back up one, and suddenly it's advantage Turkey.
Yeah, what an impressive play by Yelta in this game. I would say Yelta's been he's been on the top quite a while, or for quite a while, but this particular game, he's putting on a show a little bit. All right, winner of 1906 adjustments. We're running a little behind, so just take a look at it. We won't call anything out in detail here as we move into 1907, Karthik.
Yep. So now it's more just pure tactics at this point. In the south, we see Turkey taking the Ionian Sea, moving their way back to Sevastopol, moving into Ukraine, trying to put as much pressure on Russia as possible. At the same time, defending themselves against the potential Austrian attack. We see England and France jockeying for position here. And I think in this case, England probably has the upper hand despite some of the moves that we're seeing right now. Simply because of the number of units they have. What?
London's not actually going to Brest for whatever reason. Looks like
because it's support. It's a support order, not a convoy.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is rough. France may get a little lucky because of that. So we'll see what happens. That is an unfortunate misorder there. And then we have just a move to Helgoland, which really spooks me, and I have no idea what that's meant to do. If I'm England, I'm just talking to Germany, being like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, well, it's not a stab, though, because if it's a stab, why don't you just move to the North Sea, right?
Right. That's the thing. It's like a weird half, you don't trust me, but you're not stabbing me thing, and I just don't get it.
Yeah.
And then in the fall, we see Sevastopol taking Moscow. We see the fleet being, put into Romania, showing basically a sort of peace between the Austrians and the Turks. Great negotiation by both Yelta and by Comitier there to find something that's mutually beneficial. We see Turkey taking Tunis, which is huge. Just more and more growth for the Turks. Here, as I was saying, because the convoy failed, France may get lucky and get a reprieve here. They managed to write the right orders here to avoid losing anything. They stay even against an England who probably has the better position, the better numbers against them. Germany, Helgoland moves to Kiel, which then begs the question, why didn't it just go to Kiel last turn, if that's where I wanted to end up? But c'est la vie. 1907.
Yeah, look, the one thing I'm really interested to watch the next year or two here, because Yelta has, I think, managed, this is masterful. This is masterful from Yelta. He's managed to get into a position where the Austrian looks like they're helping, the English looks like they're helping, and the English and German are stuck cleaning up France in the background. And, we're in a spot here where, if the Austrian helps Yelta further and further north, there could be time to get a humongous score here for Turkey. So I think it's really one to watch.
Absolutely.
Two things I want to point out in chat. So first, Tim and then Ed both pointed out the unwanted support in North Africa, and then Andrew, Tyrolia to Piedmont. So a couple really good things pointed out by our awesome dip chat. Winner of 1907. Is it time to start talking about a draw here? It's most games in the Virtual Diplomacy League go to around 1910-ish, ends by time, not by year. So sometimes 1909, sometimes 1911, but on average 1910. Is this the right time to start talking draw?
I don't know. I yell to a draw.
Right, yeah. If I'm Yelta, I'm looking at 15, maybe 17. So, yeah, no reason to draw.
Winter 1907, couple of armies. How do you feel about those, Jamal?
Look, I like them. I think Yelto is running army short a little bit. I would have preferred maybe an army build last turn. So yeah, this is just rebalancing that. And yeah, I mean, he definitely needs armies here to start pumping through into a bunch. Oh, well, nope.
Oh,
we're drawing.
I guess we
okay, fair enough.
All right. Well, congratulations, Yelta Kuiper. I think just taking a look at this yellow line shooting up like a 4th of July bottle rocket is all the storyline or tells everything about the storyline of this game. Really, really impressive play. What were the highlights for you? Definitely talk about Jamal, but some of the other players, what were the things that you saw from this game that impressed you? Jamal, I'll let you go first.
Also, I think Karthik mentioned this before, but it's worth reiterating. I think this, to me, is a perfect game that is an example of how do you play with players who are potentially in a Janissary position and potentially in a slightly weaker position. So you saw the EG had a dominant position at the start of the game, but they chose to take Micah centers instead of working with her as a Janissary and letting her push forward. On the other side of the board, the Rat, when they had the opportunity to either work with or eat up the other players in their alliance who were potentially in a weaker position, chose not to eat those players and instead chose to let them support their push forward, which then meant that when Yeltek did time his move, it was much, much more effective. So I think that to me is the big lesson, right? The players who won this game were the ones who actually used and worked with the smaller players in a better way than the other side of the board.
100% agreed with Jamal's messaging, and I think I want to take that one step further, and I think it shows how much those strategic thoughts matter more than tactical ones, right? Because Yelta made a lot of tactical mistakes this game. We saw when it came to builds, build placements, putting the army in Ankara and then not sending it to Armenia. We saw building it on Ankara instead of building in Smyrna so it could be convoy to Apulia. We saw other guesses that did not go Yelta's way. Yet, despite that, ended up on 12 in 1908 when he could have ended up on 15, 17 by 1909, 1910. And I think when you look at all of that, you see that it was a strategic decision he made not to stab until it was the right time to do so that beat England and Germany, who I think largely made decent tactical moves. There were some mistakes here, don't get me wrong there, but their decision to kill Micah made them fight fights that were not winning fights and have to take guesses which were not winning guesses.
Well, it was a fun one. Yelta definitely had a dominant performance that game. Karthik, thank you for joining us. I think we are giving you a break here, and we are going to, in your place, welcome to the stage Mr. Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Ed,
it's my life coach.
Yes. Ed, were you able to catch any of that game?
Yeah. I kind of agree with Andrew there. I don't know if I really liked the stab when it happened, but once it got rolling, I think his diplomacy sort of shone through, and I was happy for him, the result. And Yelta is, I mean, he already won, a big tournament, but I still view him as up and coming, and he's showing it every time he's playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ed, one thing we failed to do earlier on this broadcast, so you are just in time, is to talk about upcoming events. So, Jamal, I'm going to start with you. Anything you want to plug?
Oh, absolutely. So, as some of you might be aware, Australian diplomacy is back, baby. So we are jumping all the way up to I think 6 tournaments this year in the Asia Pacific region. So 5 in Australia and 1 in Thailand. Upcoming, we have, for those of you who are tuning in from Australia, we have a Brisbane tournament, the Cane Toad Classic, 24th to 25th of August. The Melbourne tournament, which is the second for the year, and this will be the Asia Pacific Diplomacy Championships from the 12th to 13th of October. And back in Canberra, we have the Australian Open from the 1st to 3rd of November. So stay tuned for information about that. But jump on your regular social channels and everything else to get more info and sign up and come and play diplomacy in Australia.
Yeah, really, really happy to see the resurgence of the Australian hobby. It is the entire hobby, global hobby, is the better for it. Ed, anything upcoming that you have your eye on that you're heading towards?
Well, there's the Armada tournament, which is in 1 week, which I intend to be at to defend my crown. We'll see how that goes. We've got Craig's tournament in Montana, SkyCon, in mid-August, I believe, although someone can correct me on the date. And I think Weasel Moot's looking like early October, Brian. You'd know better than I would on that.
Yeah, so we just announced today that Weasel Moot, we usually do the cheapest time in September. This year, that was not cheap enough, so we did the cheapest in October instead. So October 5th and 6th will be Weasel Moot. So I will be co-tournament directing that one. Really, really hope to see as many of you out as we can. It's going to be back at the Kempton again, where it was last year. Probably among the best diplomacy venues that I've been to for like a hotel type of tournament. So really, really looking forward to that one. And if you are interested in, there's so many events coming up. I'll just read off a couple more.
Boston Massacre,
Carnage,
Carnage,
VWDC Summer Classic. For those of you who don't have the either time or means or opportunity to travel for a face-to-face tournament, we love having the virtual tournaments. So that is something that has been a staple of the virtual hobby. Time zones organized, or games are organized to have time zones that fit pretty much every major region across the globe. That's August 2nd. Boston Massacre, August 9th. Our next Virtual Diplomacy League will be August 17th. SkyCon, August 23rd. The Cane Toad Classic will be August 24th. I believe that's one of the Australian events. We've got Nexus Press League, Virtual Diplomacy League, the European Diplomacy Championship, September 13th to 15th, National Diplomacy Masters,
enough.
World Series of Board Gaming in September.
Too much.
UK Diplomacy Championship on the 27th. There's so many ways to play this game right now. Check out the diplobn.com/schedule webpage if you'd like to find out more. For those of you joining us in Dip Chat, I will go ahead and place that link. Gen Con in August as well. Man, I don't think I have ever seen a busier time for diplomacy events, and it's fantastic to see. Wherever you are in the globe, check out that link, and you'll probably find a way to play. And speaking of things that you like, I'll do a very natural segue and just remind everyone, if you're enjoying the broadcast, go ahead and give it a like, subscribe to the channel. All of those things do help boost the signal and the algorithm for the game of diplomacy, helps people find the community, helps them get connected, helps people learn and hopefully be a little bit of entertained by watching all of these games that we play. Ed, what do you say we get to our next one?
Okay, I'm all for it. Also, just a little word of support to the city of Houston. We still have almost 1 million people without power, and it's been that way for 6 days. It's really, really bad out here. I'm very fortunate that on the power situation, but count your blessings to have 100-degree heat and no power.
Yeah, I've been in Houston in that without power, and it's brutal. Definitely thoughts with that, and there's so many tragic events going on in the world right now. So just thoughts for everyone, and hopefully we can come together and enjoy this game together. And we'll get to Virtual Diplomacy League 186. Here we go. All right. So Jamal, I'm going to have you take play-by-play in the odd years. Ed, you'll do it in the even years. VDL 186. Ed, I will let you introduce any storylines you've got your eyes on with this cast of characters.
Yeah. Okay. So there's quite a few because we have some well-known players here. I want to go through it. Karsten is an American diplomat in the country of Niger, and he's playing a lot of VDL. You don't get to be an American diplomat. Well, maybe an American. You still have to pass a written test, an oral test. These guys know what they're doing. He's really good at the game. We saw him in the last game. He's getting better every time in diplomacy. But man, what a challenge, because he's got next to him Christian Brown in Italy, who's always challenging to negotiate with. John Archbold, who's like a personal friend of mine. That dude is hardcore and nuts. I don't know, Captain Gaming is Russia. And then as we look in the West, I would call this sort of we got Cody Green, the marathon man, and Brandon, who's been doing very well in VDL and just a solid player. And then of course we have Tim Crosby, who's a former champion in virtual play and a DBNI participant multiple years. So it's going to be a good game.
Captain Gaming definitely playing in this game and showing their support, liking the video 2 hours before it started. That's the way we like it, Captain Gaming. Thank you so much. And let's get to our game, see what happens here. First up, we've got, yes, League Knight's favorite Brandon.
The good Brandon. We got the good Brandon.
All right, let's get to our orders, Jamal.
All right, so we see very standard openings all around, the one exception being the Venice move to Trieste. Combined with the move to Apulia, that looks agreed rather than like any kind of early shenanigans. So maybe there's probably a trade going on, and I will watch this space for Ionian to Aegean. But other than that, looks pretty standard. And no Ionian to Aegean. Instead, we're going for a convoy over to Greece. So Austria very willing to put Italy in a really good spot early and buy themselves some love. So it looks like, well, no, actually, no. I apologize. I misread that board. It is not Austria helping in. It is Italy stabbing Austria and taking the Turkish support into Greece. So yeah, that is sometimes what you get for letting Italy into Trieste straight away. Russia's moved the army down to Romania and bounced Austrian Galicia. So they at least seem to be on side with the Turk. There's a détente over the Black Sea and the fleet's rotating through. Everybody wants the English army to go to Belgium, so perhaps it won't go there to die. And the West looks like it's all playing a little bit let's wait and see at this point. And the German offering the very useful support for the Russian into Sweden.
I do want to say good for John Archibald for perhaps flipping the script here. A lot of times when you're facing the potential for an heir, all Turkey wants is someone to be a friend. Greece can be a great bargaining chip. So we'll see whether that works out for them, but always like to see some creative diplomacy in the East.
Can I make a comment here on the Paul moves, which is I really don't know what Turkey is doing here. I think it's great, obviously, to get Italian friend to put them into Greece, and this is, as Jamal said, the danger of putting Italy and Trieste in the spring. But I don't read this as an IT because Ankara should have moved to black, Instead, he's opening up for a fleet build in Smyrna. Italy wants an army built. So I don't really know if the game plan is to turn back with Austria here in an RT or what's happening. But to me, it's not a full-fledged IT yet.
All right. Well, winner of 1901. We'll take a moment to look at these adjustments, and then
The build's an army, Ed. So maybe it is an IT. Because Turkey builds the army, so that to me is signaling that they are down with the Italian. Here, the Italian builds a standard, as you'd expect, army fleet. Most of the other builds are pretty much as expected. Russia opting for the army St. Petersburg rather than any super declarative fleets here.
I'd still like to have that fleet in black. So okay, well, it's everything. It's an RIT. Maybe that's what it is. I think it's me, right, for O2. I'm just drawn to the east as Christian Brown continues picking up the very valuable tile of Serbia, holding on to Greece. Russia pours in on Austrian attack, and Turkey just, other than moving to the Aegean, has peace with the Russians. Now a little vulnerable to the Black Sea. We'll see how that goes. In the West, well, there goes that English army. It's dead already in 1902, supported by Holland. Ruhr from Holland. It's certainly not anti-French. Looks like a bit of an FG with Kiel going to Helgo and Bite. And Russia is part of the pylon up north on Port Cody as Sweden goes to Norway, just what Germany wants to see in this situation. So looking like a sea lion in the north and bad for Austria in the east.
Yeah, so the West here looks to me like Cody decided they were going to go and attack France with Germany, and then Germany decided they were going to go and attack England with Russia instead, and France was just playing the fence. You can see this turn around very quickly now with Cody and Tim getting it back together.
That's right. We have a new plan in fall. The new plan is no longer an FG. It's hey, Cody's like, I'll put you into Belgium, and Tim's like, sure, cool. It's a little unfortunate that they can't really follow it up because Tim doesn't fully trust Cody. You can see that he wants to protect either against a convoy or something going into Brest, and so he self-bounces, which means that they can't get into Munich. But okay. Here, setback for Italy as they take Tunis but lose Trieste to Austria here. But not great news for Austria because they lose Budapest as Russia slips in from behind. And Italy also loses Serbia, which wasn't his, but was looking to be his. Oddly enough, it wouldn't have mattered if Greece had supported Serbia, but I do note that the order wasn't even put in. So that's a little strange. And talk about having a dream here, right? Where the Turkish army can get to Serbia, Bulgaria, and Khan. Of course, strange now. Probably got to build a fleet. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I am. So just to pause for a second on this one, I think what Italy, what Christian is seeing as Italy here is the consequences of being the person to do the stab first. So even if you have two allies willing to jump in with you on the stab on Austria here in Russia and Turkey, Austria has decided that, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down hurting Italy because they're the one that kind of broke their trust first. So, whilst they managed to get the jump and pick up Greece and Trieste and the extra builds, they're now seeing the consequences where Austria is happy to walk out of Budapest and give it to the Russian and instead take back Trieste from the Italians. So yeah, I mean, I really like Captain Gaming's position here. This is pretty neat with everyone fighting around you and you just kind of being big Russia and no one seems to care.
Take Budapest, take Norway, get to.
All right.
And the fleet north coast, yeah.
Yep. Jamal.
Well, and so Russia keeps on marching forward. So they now have German help to get into Skagerrak. which is pretty good for them. And they are rotating those fleets through, so they're going to have some play on the English Isle because Timothy has now decided that thank you for your help back into Belgium, Cody. I'm now going to the English Channel and North Atlantic Ocean. Maybe it's to help, given England's very shaky position with their fleets in the north. But if it's to help, it'll eventually be to hurt, I think. Down south, obviously, John is pushing the fleet out and not doing a lot else. So it looks like the Juggernaut is well on. And I think Carsten has decided that the death of Italy is the only thing they care about, and they're very happy to walk their way out of Vienna. I'm sure the Russian will take it next turn, and then the Austrian might go try for Venice or something. And then Christian, I think, has some units on the board, but is in a world of trouble here.
I think now might be the time for Russia to move into the Black Sea is what I was about to say. Just as you switched it. I mean, and I think John should have read this. And he's okay with the army still being Khan, and he's got a fleet still in Aegean that wasn't dislodged. But Russia really couldn't afford Turkey here to take Greece, I don't think. He was going to take Vienna anytime he wants. He doesn't even have to mess with it, really. And in fact, that lighter touch may help. We'll see if Austria builds a fleet here. That's probably what I'd be pushing, but I don't know if Austria would agree. So we see this.
Well, I was going to say the key to this Russian move in the south here is having Italy on side now as well, right? So if you're going to stab an ally, always make sure you gain an ally of equal or better power in that stab. And so Russia has effectively traded Turkey for Italy, which in this position I think is pretty good for him, as well as just making all of the progress in the north. I mean, this is huge for Captain Gaming, and no one seems to be bothered by it, which is great. And this is, I mean, we are potentially about to see a very, very large Russian position in this game.
We might, but on the other hand, we might very well see the board rally at this point. Everybody, all hands on deck against Russia, which happens. So it's a reminder of David Hood that Russia at 8 or 10 is like everyone else at 7. So we'll see. Meanwhile, in the West, I think we have some significant action with Tim. Tim took the support into Belgium. Thank you very much. And Cody was nice enough to tap Holland, so Tim doesn't lose Belgium. But on the other hand, Tim is like, I'm hungry. Big dog in Florida's got to eat. I think I'll take Liverpool and London, both of whom are undefended with an army in Yorkshire. One of them could have been stopped. So horrible turn of events for Cody Green. Just horrible, horrible, horrible. We'll see where it goes from here.
And Ed, while I think you're potentially right about the board normally wanting to rally against Russia in this position, I really think that I think that the movement of Tim here is potentially Russia's best friend, because now the board can't effectively rally against Russia because Germany has to deal with a massive France and Italy has to deal with a big France as well. So there's a whole bunch of questions to be asked, and maybe this gives Captain Gaming the window he needs to make a run for it.
That's such a good point. I wish I had seen France's moves before I made that comment about Russia. I was just sort of looking at Russia, but that's right. And sometimes that speaks to reason why when you see Russia have the chance to get big, if you're France, just let them, because then the others react, and then you can get dots behind that situation. Here, they're putting the center of the board paralyzed against the two corners in the west and the east.
Sometimes I like to think of the board as having almost a magnetic pull. If there's a vacancy, a lot of times things will suck in towards that direction. In this case, you've got the magnetic pull kind of balancing each other out, coming in from France and from Russia, or I guess my camera's backwards, so this way. But this gets into this concept of timing someone was bringing up earlier. So this particular time is a good time to make those moves, and it would have been different if Tim were not going up to help keep things in balance. Winner of 03. What do we see with those adjustments? France puts down Fleet Brest, Army Paris. We've got Army in Trieste, and we'll move in, Ed, to spring of 1904.
1904. Let's see. Italy gets into Serbia with Austrian support. And Turkish support, I guess. Turkey coming back to defend against Russia. So détente has been achieved with Italy. Meanwhile, Russia just this time taking Vienna, at war, obviously, with Austria here. So we'll see how that turns out. Meanwhile, as we go to the west, attack on Belgium didn't work, and it couldn't have worked. Russia gets into Edinburgh. Had a chance to go for Norway, instead took Edinburgh.
Yeah,
That's all I see.
You see Tim here showing the patience he needs to show in this position. This is, to me, the two most important moves in this position is Piedmont hold, Western Med hold, because they are just, you can tell that Tim has almost, I wouldn't be surprised if Tim were coordinating this Eastern response to Russia here behind the scenes, because, he's just giving them space to actually respond to Russia in the south, while he goes and tries to solidify his position in the north. And if Tim was trying to push in the south at the same time here, Austria and Italy couldn't be doing what they're doing together.
First of all, I want to say that David Hood would probably agree with you, but the fact that we're praising holds on League Night might be a first. But I think Andrew Goff agreeing with that. I think David would in this case as well. Good, excellent call out. And
well, I think, to be fair, what David says about holds, which is, I think, true, which is, before you hold, think, is there anything else to do with that unit that would be more productive? And I think the answer to that would be no.
Yeah, absolutely. And he will say, like, you should only hold if you have a reason to hold. And in this case, there is a very clear diplomatic reason to do so. All right, spring of 1904 is resolved. So, Ed, take us through the fall.
Oh, well, Tim gets Edinburgh, supported by Cody. That was awfully nice after what he did to Cody. And I guess Cody didn't want to be in the game because Norway goes to Norwegian and Russia takes Norway. So looks like Tim will get a build, and it looks like Russia will get a build, losing Serbia, gaining Vienna, gaining Norway. Meanwhile, Austria enters Munich. This is just sort of Austria here playing Jackal and getting what they can with Tim's support, which is, in my mind, really good support from Tim, right? There's no reason Tim wouldn't want that to happen. You're
keeping Austria alive and giving them a lot of reason to keep fighting Russia. And look, so one of the things diplomatically, I'd be really interested to hear if this happened or not, but I wonder what the conversation between Captain Gaming and Tim was at the end of last turn. Because if I'm either of them in this position, that is the key conversation, where if you can both get on the same page as the board leaders, you can almost set up a kind of, let's just both race here and help each other out, where we need to, and actually both go for a massive score. Whereas it looks to me, at least based on the moves here, that if that conversation happened, Captain Gaming was not able to get Tim on side. And so that to me maybe is the diplomatic misstep that might have led to some of this coordination in the south here, because now Tim is just sitting back and letting everyone else bring Russia down. Whereas really, if you're Russia in 1903, you needed Tim on side. You needed to find a way to get Tim on side and be helping you here, rather than really, being a thorn in your side.
Winner of 04. Take a look at those adjustments, and then let's see. I think Jamal, it'll be your turn, so you can talk through those as we move into the spring.
Yep, nothing crazy on the adjustments front, and we see continued push from the renewed Eastern Triple against Russia here. So Turkey is they've lost Romania, but I don't think that matters too much because they're getting into Black Sea, they're getting into Armenia, they can take it back. Serbia is supporting Austria into Budapest, so Austria is back on the path, and they've got options on Vienna here in the fall as well. And this looks all very, very agreed and very, very set up, where Italy can take back Venice and everyone can have their home centers back, and Russia is unfortunately the loser out of this one. And in the West, Tim is again, doing the right move of letting the South do what it has to do, and then taking position in the North, pushing into the North Sea. He's got Germany moving away from him and back towards Russia now as well. So yeah, I think I think between the two big powers here, Tim has won the diplomatic battle and is now really got the board working to the tune of his fiddle.
I have a mild disagree with the army build in Sev. I think I would have built a fleet and not limited my options here, because I think that Russian fleet is not going to make it very long now. But maybe that's a bad build. Second Southern Fleet never seems to work out for me. But just overall, at a meta level, it's very difficult not to like Tim's position here. Note that Tim isn't even going for Holland. Could have just supported Burgundy with Picardy if that was the concern, or Belgium with Picardy. I guess he did that, but in any event, he could have gone to Holland. He didn't support Munich either. So much for the Austrian support there. The fleet to Mid-Atlantic, totally understandable. Now I suspect time to move to the Med with those two fleets, and I think we'll see that from Tim.
For me, the move around Munich, or the non-support of the Austrian in Munich, is very telling here. It's clearly saying to me that Tim is trying to give Germany some space to go be a thorn in the his rival for the board top. How do you feel about that, Ed? Do you think that's the right decision?
I think that's the best decision he could have made in the circumstance, right? Which is, he didn't owe Austria anything. And if he can get Germany to move west while his armies lay in Piedmont, Belgium, Burgundy, Picardy, have at it, right? Because he doesn't have to get those centers till 1907 or so. And so if we see, I don't know exactly why Germany's attacking Russia here, so I don't know if that's part of it, but if it happened, that would be great. And, if I was Tim.
All right, so we see in the fall, Tim is pulling back from the north, giving Germany some space, and now doing what Ed suggested and going west. So getting into Tyrrhenian Sea, getting into North Africa, loses Western Med, but again, not too problematic given the position. Italy takes back Venice, decides to bounce Austria and Trieste. Oh no, that looked weird, but that wasn't weird. That's agreed to protect it. And Austria gets back all of their home centers, and Italy is now in Bulgaria. And now suddenly Italy is back in this game in a way that you really wouldn't expect. It looks like Turkey is not getting into Sevastopol. So Turkey making the big alliance play here to give Italy Romania rather than guarantee themselves the extra. But yeah, it's I think it's still coming up Tim, and it's coming up Italy, and it's unfortunately coming down Captain Gaming.
I think here it's easy to second guess Tim's mistake, which is, I think if we've been looking, these fleets have been holding. They haven't been moving west to Tunis, Tunis to west, or anything like that. Now he doesn't support Mid-Atlantic to North Africa, which would have, he went for the more aggressive move. Maybe he thought that fleet would just hold there, and obviously it gives him problems to deal with. Nor does Tim work with Austria here in supporting Tyrolia to Venice, which could have been a makeup for what happened with Munich, but maybe Austria didn't trust him, and maybe that wasn't even in the hands. But I think that Raider is going to be a bit of an issue for Tim. Not a huge one, but frustrating, especially with two Italian builds. Ouch.
Yeah. So we move into winter of 05. Take a look at those adjustments. And Ed, why don't you take us away?
Yeah. loses Spain South Coast temporarily, but Tim does get Tunis. Man, those are a lot of Italian fleets, though. He can't hold Tunis, so that's gone. Meanwhile, has to defend, so Burgundy has to go to Gascony. That's all good news for Germany, by the way. And I really like Russia's play here in the north with just mutual support. Say, hey, you guys either have your range bounces or fight it out. I'm going to go mess around in the south, but he's not doing that very successfully. First, the fleet was gone. Now we've got an army convoyed into Seb, which is always horrible for Russia. And
you see the board here actually starting to swing back the other way, which in these longer, the 1910 game makes sense for it to do, right? So Germany has decided that actually I don't want to attack Russia anymore. I want to try and keep Tim in check. Italy's definitely decided they want to go and get some of France and see what they can do because Austria is now their new best friend. And so you're now starting to see, there's almost that this is almost a little bit of a European style game where you get someone to get a big lead and you're bringing them down. And then now you've got to swing back and go and attack the other person who's gotten the big lead as a result of that. So I really actually like the board coordination here from the four powers who aren't in the lead, although Italy is now back in contention here. But yeah, this is actually really good whole board play.
I was going to say I might mess around a bit if I was Russia and support Denmark to North Sea, given that these are arranged bounces. I'm not saying I'd slip into Denmark behind, but I might, especially when I saw the moves in the spring. But as we look here in the fall, nothing really happens in the east as best I can tell. And Tim did get Spain back, but he lost Tunis back. And now we have sort of equal powers and fleets seeing each other. I think it's 4-on-4 or 3-on-3. I can't tell what he piffed Spain. He didn't retreat it to west. So we'll see what happens there with Italy. But yeah, not much has happened. This is an interesting thing that where there is this stasis now on the board, and I think we'll have to see a restructuring as people sprint for the end. I don't know how it will turn.
Yeah, this almost looks agreed bounces from Tim and Brandon in North Sea and Holland.
I think it is. That's the second time in a row.
It feels to me like they may be setting up for a draw here.
Yeah.
Just the pace of the game has just definitely changed, and the directionality has changed a little bit. Winter of 06, you've got army in Ankara, and yeah, that's what happens. So spring of 1907, Tim Crosby topping the board at 9 centers, and Christian Brown coming in at second with the 7 center Italy. Ed, I'll go to you. What's the story for this game?
We haven't talked much about it, but I think the story for me is Christian's aggressive play, which I've ragged on Christian a lot for that, but it ended up being okay with him here because he may have stepped first and he may have taken the first, bite of a bad sandwich, but he worked it out with his neighbors and ended up having a really good game out of it. But obviously Tim had mastered sort of timing and diplomatic skills to get to 9 centers, and the win is well-deserved on this board.
Jamal?
So to me, there are kind of 3 key moments of this game, all of which happened diplomatically. And surprise, surprise, I'm going to focus on the diplomatic side. And there were 2 conversations that didn't happen and 1 conversation that did happen, from what I can read on the board. Now, Captain Gaming is, from what I can tell, a fairly new player in the scene. He's been around just quite recently, had a little bit of success, but I don't think has ever been in as dominant a position as he was in about 1903 in this game. And I think it takes some time when you're newer to learn how to play from a dominant position as much as how to play from a weaker position. And I think in 1903, 1904, there was 1 conversation that didn't happen or didn't go well for Captain Gaming, which was the conversation with Tim and getting him on side to work together instead of against each other. And then towards the end, the other conversation I think that Captain Gaming either didn't have or didn't have well enough was the conversation with Germany to actually get them to properly move against Tim and properly coordinate in the north to do stuff like help Denmark into North Sea or rotate Norwegian Sea up and around and actually start to bring down Tim a little bit and solidify his northern position. And on the flip side, the conversation that did happen around that same time from Tim was getting all three of those Eastern powers that Russia had attacked back together, probably in the same room, working together to start to bring down Captain Gaming. So, it's really subtle. And sometimes you don't realize these conversations with people who you don't think you need to talk to are important. But to me, that's the story of this game. There were two conversations that didn't happen from the Russian side and one conversation that did happen from the French side. And that's how the game played out in the end.
I would have just said from a tactical position, the move on Turkey, I think, was right, but the mistake was not getting that Turkish army into Greece, because if Turkish army had gotten into Greece, then the army in Bulgaria would have gotten to Khan, and then he would have had to walk into Ankara. Then he could have ripped through Turkey a bit. And I think that if he was going to play in the south, which is what he wanted to do, that would have been the way to do it tactically. Sometimes it's okay if the person you're stabbing still gets a build, as long as you get a dominant position over them.
Well, at the end of the game, Tim Crosby comes out on top. Congratulations, Tim. And Jamal, thank you. We're going to give you a break, and we are going to welcome on to the broadcast. Karthik, welcome back.
Oh, get Karthik out of here. He's not first of all, he's not my biggest fan.
Yeah.
He libeled me in diplomacy world. I'm ready for Karthik to go. I don't need him.
How did I libel you? And I only gave you direct quotes in that piece, I believe.
You said that I was a propagandist that said that you were a killer.
Yes, you were.
All right. Well, we can
barely spreading the truth, not propaganda.
Want to find out more about that, go check out the latest edition of Diplomacy World. That is one of the hobby's longest running publications, and definitely a great way to keep up with all of the goings on in the diplomacy hobby. It's a treasure of the hobby, and you can find out more about all of the libel and slander that we do to each other here on DBN. For now, we're going to watch how our players engage in that kind of behavior in game 187, Lamine Yamal. And in Austria, we've got Tom Firkins. England, we have Isaac Jukes. In France, Mike Blom. Germany, Spiros Dovis. Italy, Trusty Muse. Russia, Jordan Connors. And Turkey, ZZ Superwordy. And Karthik, anybody, can you help set up any storylines based on this group of players?
Yeah. So, I mean, we saw Micah play earlier. Isaac Jukes is another very highly ranked VDL player. But I think I want to draw most attention to Jordan Connors. Jordan Connors is a player I've known for a long time. Played with him on WebDip many years ago. Very, very talented player, and I'm excited to see how he does in the VDL setting.
I want to point out Super Wordy as Turkey. He is a Season 2 Nexus finalist. He's a gunboat specialist. He's a hell of a player, and he played in that Season 2 finals with Jordan. The two of them know each other very well, so he doesn't have a lot of virtual experience, but these are – we got the normal VDL people in the West, but in the East, oh baby, I'm excited.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's get to it. We will not delay. We're running a little behind here, so we'll move through this quickly. Spring of 1901.
I'll take 01. First thing, I'm always looking at Jordan's moves, and I noticed that he goes right into Galicia, just right in there as Russia. And as it worked out with Germany here with the little Armenian fist bump, that is what I expected. I expected to see this juggernaut in the beginning, and I think we're going to get that. Meanwhile, Spiros is done. We got to stop this Chris Brand move. That's got to end. This is horrible. Okay, this should never be done again. It just angers England. It gives power to Russia. I love Spiros. He's a hell of a guy. But insanity. And I think Munich should have gone to Ruhr here. Munich holding is typically not what I like to see. Okay, in the fall, Spiros gets to Denmark and Holland. Luckily, I might add, England could have messed with that. if England wanted to, because England was going to get the guaranteed build off of Norway. France gets there too, convoy to Tunis, and Jordan, I assume, loses the 50-50 here, but gets into Romania, gets into Sweden, only gets 2 builds. So he's way down. Jordan would normally get 3 or 4 builds as Russia at 01, so he's failing.
Yep. Unlike when Ed slanders me and calls me a killer, Jordan is actually a killer and a stabber. So him not getting up to 4 builds is surprising to me.
All right, winner of 1901. Take a look here, and Karthik, I'll let you discuss those.
I think the only builds of note are the Army in London and the double Army in Paris, Marseille. Everything else is pretty standard. England and France building like that, I mean, I think shows you everything you need to know.
Micah put down double fleets last game. Maybe an overcorrection with double armies. We'll find out as we move into spring of 02.
Here we see the supported attack from Romania into Serbia. That's just good RT tactics. I fear that far too often people are too afraid to make a supported attack against Austria early, when it's most likely to succeed and cost the RT tempo. So it's good to see 2 strong players in Russia and Turkey make that move. In the north, Russia takes Norway successfully as well, giving them a retreat into Skagerrak, which I think Isaac is probably honestly fine with. I think it just hastens the attack on Germany. So the one question is, does it make England want to second guess around going to Sweden? Because of the fact that Norway borders Norwegian and North Sea, we'll see. But unfortunately for Germany, this is the big move I think that we need to call attention to. Tyrolia supports Burgundy to Munich. The Italians entering the battle on side of Micah shows 1, Micah's great diplomatic play, and 2, the danger this PRS is in after the move to Helgoland, causing God knows what sort of conversations to happen around the board.
Oh, am I doing the fall? Well, Jordan got into yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to see if you wanted to say anything about the 1901 spring. Sorry, 1902 spring. Going to the fall, though, we see despite the successful move into Serbia, we see in the fall it gets taken back. And the army gets blown up, and I think that just basically comes down to not having an army to replace Romania and having a fleet there. Causes loss of tempo, which is unfortunate, but c'est la vie. What is really cool, though, and doesn't happen nearly often enough, is the pull-through of the army in Munich into Silesia, as we see out of basically nowhere, this Western Triple emerge. Clearly, like I said, there's a chance that Jordan's move to Norway may irk the English. Who knew that irked the English enough to cause England and Germany to come together and to have Germany support England into Sweden? We see the Western Triple also successfully move into Piedmont, while also having the fleet relocate into Spain's south coast, prime for a movement to either Lyon or the Western Med. At the same time, the Italian fleet in the Aegean Sea is blown up by the Turks, showing that the Turks can make a strong defense against the AI.
Yeah, this is the only comment that I really have here is, at some level, this is just people scared of Jordan in a non-gunboat setting, because I don't know if he was in a position to cause this to occur to him. Like he would have gotten there. Okay, I don't want to say that wouldn't have happened, but this is clearly a bunch of players that no offense to any of them, and I'm sure they would agree, because I'm saying this about myself. They are not in his caliber, and this is what you get. No one can stop 5-on-2. All right, and this is 5-on-2 right now. Poor little Turkey's just like in the crossfire of the Jordan situation, and they're doing okay.
Well, Saturday, July 13th, 2024. It's maybe the first time ever where I am going to compliment a Western Triple. This out of nowhere. I love it. I don't know how well it's going to work out, but man, thank you for giving us something new. This is going to be fun. Winner of 1902. We've got a couple of adjustments, and I'll let you take a look at those and then talk about them as we move into spring of 1903.
All right, as we go into 03, I think sanity sort of prevailed on the West here, which is like, I think we kind of stopped Jordan. How far were we going to go? But poor Micah, she got bamboozled here a little bit, thinking the Western Triple was going to continue. She's really fortunate that there was a bounce in Tuscany, which stopped this Congo line. She's going to lose Brest, can keep Paris, will lose Burgundy. Really bad. But I think that was the right decision from ENF. So I think that they've made ENG. They've made the right call here because it's pointless to continue on against Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. We see Italy sort of going back to defend against the Western Triple. That's what I'm taking all of this. And now that France is going to go back, I don't know for sure what Italy's going to do. But we have this realignment, and I think we'll have to see how it plays out in the fall and in 1904.
I think the big winners of this are Germany and Turkey. Turkey has that great position around Austria. Germany has a good position in the center of the board. And when Turkey does well, Germany does well, and vice versa.
I'm glad you called out the Turkish position here. I'm licking my lips if I'm sitting in that Turkish position.
Well, so it's super wordy. Goes ahead and takes Greece, gets into Tyrrhenian, so not bad at all for Turkey here. Meanwhile, I don't think Jordan lost anything, and I don't think he gained anything either. If I'm reading it really quickly, France goes back to defend, loses Brest, keeps Paris. Oh, but so lucky. North Sea is bouncing in Holland with Kiel, which I assume was arranged, but nobody thought through the retreat.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, this happens to me all the time. You got to think, where can that piece go if it gets dislodged? And I bet you here it's because England didn't precisely. I mean, England had to have known. Isaac had to have known that Burgundy was getting dislodged here. So that's just a misplay. But very unfortunate, but really good for Micah in a sense. The sense is, okay, she doesn't lose any centers. The downside is she still got an army in Bohemia she doesn't need. So I don't know how much help it is.
Let's find out if that set is a setback or if that shifts the balance in the West. Winner of 1903, only one adjustment. And we'll move into 1904, Karthik.
Sure. So now we sort of see that getting that army into Belgium wasn't all that useful. Wasn't great for tapping anything. Didn't need that one turn of reprieve. Gets blown up pretty quickly. And all it did was keep the useless army in Bohemia, which also isn't doing much. The only thing that could be potentially useful for, though, this turn is if there's a concerted attack between France and Italy on Munich, which I'm excited to see. But given the Austrian move to Venice, I doubt that's what's happening here. At the same time, in the south, we see Turkey making good progress in Austria. This time, they get a walk into Serbia, while Turkey supports Austria into Russia. So this is just coming up aces for Super Wordy here. Great stab on Jordan. Great positioning for them. I don't see how they do not dominate the south here, especially as they take the Ionian Sea. And then in the fall, we see a fun guess from Micah making it into North Atlantic Ocean. The one thing I think that she didn't fully calculate is the fact that England is getting a build from Belgium, which means this move is not going to really get her anything because what will happen is the fleet gets dropped in Liverpool and it's over. Maybe this is actually good for England almost because it justifies an army being built there to defend against a potential move from now to Norwegian in turn. So honestly, only helping Isaac here. In the south, we see the successful dislodging of the army in Venice from the Austrians, which gives them a retreat to Tuscany, which is great for chaos, but not really great for much else. Attempted attack on Tunis, correctly sussed out and guessed by the Italians. How much longer these guesses can be won, though, is up in the air. The Austrian army gets blown up in Romania, but Turkey keeps Serbia anyways. So Turkey's just smiling pretty big, I imagine, after 1904.
I'm a little surprised. Okay, I think it's always been an RT. I think
Yeah.
that move in the spring that we saw was just merely to get Serbia to shift over to Romania, from Serbia to Romania, so Russia could take it. But it is curious in my mind. It didn't need it, but that Serbia doesn't support Galicia to Romania in this situation. So, but clearly there's enough trust that Khan can go to a G in here, maybe because they're going to get a fleet build and they don't care. But I'm keeping my eye open on that relationship. I still think it's an RT. I was just surprised by that non-support order.
I think Super Wordy is playing the middle perfectly, trying to pretend that, like, hey, I supported you into Romania, but now Austria's asking, why didn't you support me to hold? And Russia's asking, why didn't you support me in? Yeah, we'll see.
All right, so we'll take a look at these. We'll pause here. We'll play Who Do You Like? Karthik, we'll start with you. Who do you want to pick to win this board?
If I get to transfer myself into any position, I would choose the Turks. Austria and Italy are dysfunctional. Russia is feared probably more than they should be, given their position, because of how good the player is. EG is working well together. All signs point to Turkey being the place to be right now.
And Ed, if not Turkey, who would be your pick?
I think I'd still pick Russia over Turkey, to be honest with you. I think Italy, Italy's going to lose Tunis, and there's problems, but I love the Black Sea. Okay, the Black Sea is the place to be, and when you let Russia have a unit there, if we learn nothing from Brandon Fogel, that fleet will eventually always find its way to the Black Sea when he's
That
Russia.
is true.
I think it will find its way there when you're Jordan as well.
I've been a victim of it. You've been a victim of it. We've all been victims of it.
Many times.
So as long as I have a walk into the Black Sea, that's like a chip in a chair. I got more than I got a chance, and I think he's got more than a chance.
All right, spring of 1905, Ed.
All right, he doesn't do it now, but he doesn't have to. But I know if he had done it, he'd have a walk into Ankara, just like what I was talking about in the last game. The army gets out from Khan to Greece, and everything moves up. And so Turkey's got the normal southern Turkey line to get to 12, right? So if Turkey isn't stopped, this is a huge game for Turkey, as Karthik was saying. And he's got Tunis in pocket when he wants it. So there's that. Meanwhile, looking at the West here, I just call it rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Okay, so nothing that's happening here is of any consequence, even though pieces are moving with black arrows.
All right, Ed, you just showed that you were in a caliber or a league of player that's above my caliber. Normal 12 for Turkey. You just said that very casually. Can you explain that for me?
I don't know. I just was thinking with this Turkish position, Venice, Rome, Naples, Tunis, I count 4 there. So that's 10. And then, I figured he might snag Budapest and Romania.
Got it. I was just curious if there was something forced or if it was
no, that was just off the cuff.
Okay, got it. I don't disagree with that. I was just hoping there was some magic formula that I was missing. You could tell me. But all right.
But I think that Black Fleet threat is gone unless Jordan goes there now. I mean, this is like huge. I don't know what Karthik thinks about it, but like, there's a big problem.
I don't think it's a big deal because you're building 3 if you're Turkey. Like, so I would say send a G into Bulgaria to deny, like, get a sneaky move by Romania into there, and then just build 2 fleets if he goes to the Black Sea. Build 1 if he doesn't. Yeah.
Well, they're playing nice.
So now
they're playing
Turkey
nice. So Romania, go ahead.
Oh no, I just want to say Turkey build 3.
Yeah, Turkey's building. Yeah, Turkey's building. Got Tunis, Naples, and Trieste. Helps Jordan into Budapest, so it's an uneven alliance. But from where Jordan was early in the game, it's still successful. Meanwhile, in the West here, Micah sort of recovered. Micah could have lost Portugal and Spain here, if you think about it. Instead, Germany loses Paris. So that's all I got.
Yeah, Micah cut a deal, I think. And we saw this in her last game as well, kind of willing to play the Janissary, and then was able to use that to kind of turn around and improve position. So we'll see if we see the same story with a different chapter. Winner of 05. Take a pause there.
These are the right builds. These are the right Turkish builds.
Yep.
Why do you say that, Karthik? You disagreed with Ed. That doesn't happen all the time. So tell me why these are right.
I think he agreed with me.
No, I was agreeing with him this time.
Yeah, so I'm saying that's unusual, Ed. So, why is it right?
I think it encourages harmony in the Black Sea. Like, it's not enough to for Turkey to force it, but it means that Russia can't get in. And it gives Turkey the flexibility to move armies around where they need to go, while not being overtly threatening to Russia either. I think this is exactly what needs to be done to diplomatically encourage cooperation, while not being too weak to do what needs to be done.
Ed, any follow-ons?
I'm just wondering where Jordan grows in this alliance. You got Vienna, but I got a lot more if I'm Turkey. So, if he's happy playing for second, which I never saw a game Jordan was happy playing for second. I think if this was me, I'd be okay with the second for the way the game began. But for players like Karthik, Jordan, Andrew Goff, it's never enough.
All right, spring of 06, Karthik.
A master propagandist at work. And yeah, I mean, Galicia gets imported into Vienna, and Rome falls. The juggernauts just keep on rolling while we have that nice little bounce in the Black Sea. If I'm Turkey, I'm kind of wondering when Russia makes a move on Germany, because, as you wisely pointed out, Ed, where does Russia grow next? It's either Germany or Turkey, maybe outside shot at England. But if I'm not seeing any of those moves happening in the north, if I'm Turkey, I'm like, oh, I guess I'm on the table then. That has to be the.
Can I stop it right there? Because this is a teaching point. This is next level diplomacy, right? Which is, you have to think not just where I'm growing, which is where beginning and intermediate players are always thinking, where am I growing? I need to keep up. You got to be thinking, where are other people growing? And if you don't have a credible answer to that, a lot of times the answer is they're going through you, dumbass. you need to account for that.
Yep. And here we see also some more Turkish growth potentially in the south of France and in Spain, which kudos to them. Very, very excited for that. We'll see whether or not England beats them to the punch. But yeah. In fall 1906, we see where Micah becomes useful to the English. The assault on the Germans does begin. England supports the North Sea into Holland while backfilling it. At the same time, there's a bounce in North Africa. Wait, sorry, what are you saying? Oh,
I'm sorry.
Anyways,
I was just going. Oh, I just looked at the Russian moves.
Yep. And so we also finally see Russia, as I was saying, if they're not growing off of Germany, Turkey, they're growing off of you. And thankfully, the army in Trieste, it was able to be piffed, which will allow a rebuild at home. There'll be some defense able to be made, but now Turkey has to make guesses, and that's just an uncomfortable position to be in. Germany is encumbered by England, which means Germany can't help Turkey against Russia, which is normally what you'd be counting on. And what I was saying was a big benefit for Turkey. Without Germany and Turkey able to help each other, both of them suffer big time. And it's looking really good for England and really good for Russia.
My Russian pick is looking really good here.
Yep.
This is horrible for Turkey because everything that could have gone wrong sort of did, right? Which is that, they got Rome, but doesn't matter because they lost Trieste. They lost Trieste to the right unit for Russia, Budapest. So look at this pincer that's coming down, even with a build. It doesn't really matter. I suspect Jordan here definitely builds the fleet instead. I don't know, definitely, but probably puts Turkey to a guess. Good position in the Balkans, and has exhibited tremendous patience, in the north. So I really like Jordan's position here, and it's at the right time.
Well, one thing that I really want to call out, though, if you could go back to the fall moves, I want to talk about how Venice was not taken. Having Piedmont support Tyrolia in there, losing it to Beleaguered Garrison, I think showed Super Wordy's problem adjusting to the fast nature of virtual face-to-face play. Like, I think if this was a full press game, he would have known the Beleaguered Garrison was going to happen and had a more wise defense against it. And probably supported Trieste to hold or something like that. But by making these moves, it really just set him up for failure.
There's your fleet, Ed.
Yep.
And we also get one from Micah. And in 1907, game is over. We've got a tie for the top. Jordan Connors taking the draw. Ed, what's your thought?
He's a kind and gentle dictator with a split top, just the way I would have done it. Look, Super Wordy was his ally. The problem was his ally was just a little bigger than he was, and Jordan didn't come into play second. But they had a good game together most of the time, and he flexed. He didn't flex all the way like Karthik does. Karthik would have said, "I need a couple more." But this guy got his workout in. He showed everybody what's what. And I suspected it would be an RT from the beginning. Super Wordy was too trusting. He hasn't played in a while, but man, I am glad to see him back. And I hope he keeps coming back because the world of diplomacy is better when these two guys are playing in it.
Absolutely. But I just want to say, I think I have conclusive proof that I have never libeled you, Ed. You are a vile propagandist, and the proof is in the pudding.
All right. Well, congratulations to both Super Wordy and Jordan on that top. Karthik, I'll just go to you. Story of the game.
Story of the game is they didn't kill Jordan Connors. They thought they did enough to stop him. And Jordan Connors is a phenomenal player. And when you let phenomenal players live, they find ways to succeed against the odds. And for Jordan to come back to get a shared board top, given his original position, is a testament to how good a player he is.
Story of the game is Jamal saying he's Karthik's biggest fan. That is a diplomatic coup. And I think I've just re-cooed Karthik. Good night.
Yep.
Right.
See, this was a pity biggest fan, though. Mine was a real biggest fan.
Oh, wow.
All right, Ed, we're going to give you a break, I believe, and we're going to welcome back Jamal, Ed's biggest fan. Welcome back, Jamal.
Thank you. I love Ed. Ed's great.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to do another seamless transition here. Something else that is great is Yelta Kuiper put together the Youth Diplomacy Championship. Really, really excited to be able to cover this game. Tonight, we are going to see 3 games from the Youth Diplomacy Championship. This event was designed to be competitive, but in a more casual and fun way. Basically, the way the league works or the event works is there were 3 games played. 2 were virtual face-to-face. 1 was extended deadline, and there was no scoring system. It was each group was seeded by age, and then they performed a Paris method power selection, and then it was winner take all. So whoever won one of their boards was named a virtual diplomacy or a youth diplomacy champion. So we'll have 3 youth diplomacy champions coming out of this event, and we get to cover all of them tonight. Really, really looking forward to it. So first up, we are going to take a look at what we're calling our younger group. So the organizers put the younger players together. All players were under the age of 21, so age 20 was the cutoff. And to be able to get 3 boards of players who are under the age of 20, this is just a testament to the future of this hobby. Really, really excited to see this. Before we get to our games, did any of you play before you were 21?
Yep. I started playing when I was 13 or 14.
Jamal?
I started playing when I was 15 in high school, but I was horrifically bad.
Mm-hmm.
I started when I was 8 years old, and I'm still horrifically bad. So it's sometimes you just have to keep going and hope you get better. But man, tonight we get to watch the future of this hobby, and we're going to kick it off with our younger players first. So let's take a look at. Here we go. Oh, that's not it. And I've got to figure out why my screen is not displaying properly. Got some smooth transitions here. All right, here we go. Everything's ready. Here we go for the Youth Diplomacy Championship. Game number 1. All right, so we've got for our younger group, we've got in Austria, Jelta Kuiper, England, Abraham, France, Eleanor, Germany, Jackson 301, Italy 7, Russia, Baron of Kirkenholm, and Turkey, Arcade Cactus. Players were given the option of using their names or a pseudonym, and I do have some notes about how the Paris selection went. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up real quick. So for this game, we've got, let's see. All right, I believe this is the right one. So we've got, if anyone in the game tells me I've got the wrong game, please shout it out. We'll try and fix it. But I believe the order here, we've got CG, Bug, Trig, Nicholas, Patrick, Simon, and Yarmir. I'm not sure that's the right game here. So, you know what? I don't have a good match for the names in the broadcast and my notes. So, apologies about that.
Supposedly.
Yeah, but we'll just go ahead and cover the games, enjoy it, and we'll cover it now. So, first up, Karthik, why don't you take the odd years, and we'll have Jamal do the even. Youth Diplomacy Championship. Here we go.
Sure. So, I mean, I've played with Baron before, but everyone else other than Jelta is foreign to me. So I'm excited to see how they play. So in 1901, we see what I feel like is a very, very old school style of play from a lot of players. We see the move to Armenia by the Turks. We see the move into Trieste, followed up by Rome to Venice. We see the DMZ of Galicia with Vienna going to Budapest instead of it to Trieste or somewhere else. We see Kiel going to Holland instead of Denmark. And we see David Hood's favorite move, to show you how truly old it is, with Paris going to Picardy and Marseille going to Burgundy.
Yeah, and you have the all-out attack on Austria by Italy here, which you don't often see. So I'm keen to see how this one plays out.
Yep, I think it's very, very fun to see the youngest game we've ever had on DBN be the oldest school style of play we've ever covered. Let's go see the orders for fall. So in the fall, we see the successful convoy into Belgium, the French successfully making it into Ruhr and Burgundy, presenting potentially a strong EF. But then again, also, we saw the supported convoy of Yorkshire to Belgium. So we'll see what England chooses to do here. We see Norwegian make it into Norway, while the northern opening of the Russians results in St. Petersburg walking to Finland, preparing probably to take out Norway in the spring of next year. At the same time, sorry, what were you going to say, Jamal?
I was just going to say, I love how aggressive this all is, right? You often see this very cagey, especially on top board play. Everyone's very cagey. They don't want to commit, but no, these people are here to play, and I love it.
Yep, exactly. And we're seeing in the South even more aggressive play as well, with Venice going to Tyrolia, no attempt to defend Trieste at all, which is the smart move by the Italians. And then we see no attempt by the Austrians to retake Trieste, which is what the smart move by the Austrians, and potentially a negotiated settlement here with the Ionian Sea going to the Aegean Sea. So I'm very, very curious to see how this plays out. If Austria and Italy manage to fix up their differences, major kudos to all involved there. And we see the successful move by the Turks denying Russia build. Poor Baron, but he'll live.
So talking about the classic old school opening, I think Stupid Flanders is probably right.
Yep.
A lot of the accessible resources are quite old. That's absolutely true. Or they're just a bunch of hipsters trying to bring the old school back. So,
No, I mean, it's definitely that. When I was 13 and trying to figure out how to play diplomacy, what I had access to? I had Richard Sharp.
Yeah.
It's what's there, and it's really, really cool to see it, play out.
Yeah, that's same for me. Winner of although I'm getting to an age now where it was just current at the time.
You're contemporary Richard Sharp.
All right. Winner of 1901. We'll take a look at those adjustments. Jamal, I'll let you talk about those as we go into spring of 1902.
Yeah, so the only real major adjustments that caught my eye were the double army builds from Germany. But if France is in Rouen, that makes a lot of sense. Everything else was pretty standard. So we see England choosing to continue to work with France here after taking Germany's help into Belgium, and now they're going to Helgoland and North Sea, and we have an EF. We have an EF on. Italy sniffs it out a little bit and goes to Piedmont, but not fully because they're also going to the Ionian Sea, whilst France goes to Western Med. And yes, as you picked, there is a détente between Austria and Italy, Austria helping Italy into Bulgaria, Turkey trying to cutely convoy over to Romania, but getting a little outguessed there. So yeah, it looks like we have a AI and an EF ready to go.
Yeah.
And in the fall, Russia manages to guess right. Well, not even guess right, just protect Warsaw correctly. Whilst Germany, interestingly, chooses to have the stab at Warsaw, whilst they're also getting really pounded from the western side. So they're losing Holland. France is taking Belgium behind. It's a really good negotiated take from France, except for the fact that they've now let Italy walk into Marseille, which is a really bad position for France. So took a bit of a risk there. And I guess they can build a few and come take it back because there isn't a whole lot else that's following up Piedmont, but it's a slower position for France there. Austria decides, well, actually, you know what? I really didn't like Italy in Trieste in the first place, so I'm going to take it back and I'm going to help Turkey into Bulgaria. So now Austria has flipped around and Yelte showing him at his stabby best, changing up the alliance structure in the east. And yeah, so Turkey's back in it in the Ionian and in Bulgaria, and yeah, this is just dynamic, aggressive play all around, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I love the decision here to flip from Yalta. I am not generally a fan of an early alliance shift. I tend to like to wait until at a minimum the mid game before I make that decision, just so I've got more time to watch what's going on the other side of the board. But in this particular case, this was a very delicious set of moves. I think this could pay off pretty well. So be watching to see. Winner of 02, take a look at those. And Karthik.
Yep. So in the south, we see Yalta flipping yet again, just having helped the Turks into the Ionian Sea. They now decide to work with the Russians, abandon the Italian attack, and take Bulgaria back for themselves. This is very, very interesting play by Yalta. I'm curious to see if anyone will come together and punish him for it. But this very, very stabby dynamic play is riveting to watch. Germany decides, hey, I'm dead. I'm going down. Can't stop the EF. Let me throw everything I have at Russia and see if I can find some way to survive over there. This will result in a guarantee on Warsaw if they take it. I don't know how much longer they have to survive beyond that, though. In the meanwhile, Denmark goes. Kiel will go next turn. Munich will go next turn. And yeah, it seems like the Germans will be left on Berlin and Warsaw in 1904. At the same time, the Italians move west hard while the Ionian Sea just holds. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen there.
And just on the Italian-French position, this is the cost for France of letting Italy into Marseille, where even if you're getting it back and Italy's vacated, you're still having to spend this turn going back and guaranteeing and protecting Marseille and effectively letting Italy into this position in Western Tyrrhenian Sea and Tuscany, right? So that momentum slowdown is just really, really brutal for you. And, you don't have the fleet supremacy, and now you're back a position. If this plays out naturally, you can't hold on to everything in the south there. So it was a nice little risk, but you're losing Marseille is so hard here.
Right.
Oh, I am missing my popcorn right now. This game has been a treat already. Lots of excitement and action. It's just fall of 1903. Here we go.
Oh,
yes, fall 1903. Even more craziness. So I said that Warsaw was guaranteed. I did not imagine Austria comes to Russia's aid. This was so clever. Bracing against the assault, guessing correctly. Kudos to both Yelta and Baron for working this out. Baron's great at tactics, so I'm not surprised if they went up to Yelta and asked for this. At the same time, as I did mention it correctly, in the West, Kiel and Munich fall guaranteed. Nothing can be done about it. But what's very interesting is that Munich retreats to Tyrolia. I'm very curious to see what sort of role Jackson wants to play with that army in Tyrolia. And even worse than we imagined, with the Italian moves for the French, Italy gets into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. What looked like a minor hindrance because of how easy it was to retake Marseille has been absolutely damning to the French position. And I don't know if there's any way to recover from this at this point.
I mean, the one recovery here is that France is getting 3 builds, right? So they've been able to negotiate.
They're getting Holland as well. Yes, thank you.
Right, so they've been able to negotiate where England's pushed forward and they've gone, well, let me take Holland from behind, which is really good diplomacy here. Right? This is exactly what you want to be doing as France in an EF here. And, as England, I get it. You take Kiel, you take Denmark, you keep pushing. But if you're losing Norway, I mean, you don't want to be losing Holland here as well, even if it is to your ally.
Mm-hmm.
Well, net result, we do see 3 from France, but only able to put down 2. 7 has to disband 2. That's rough. Looks like they had 1 pit, or no.
Right. Piedmont. Piedmont as well. But yeah, I thought Italy was only pulling 1 when I looked at the units, but now that they're losing 2, mea culpa, France, just masterfully played. Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, yes. Jamal, Spring of 04.
Spring of 04, all right. So France is on the march again, and France is doing the good alliance play and giving Holland straight back to England, which is, a really good way to keep them on side, particularly while they're pushing hard against Russia. Yelta is now Italy's friend again, and they're blowing up the German army in Tyrolia, which might get to rebuild in Berlin and might not. We'll see what happens in the fall. Arcade Cactus has got themselves a little bit stuck in this war against Russia here, where they're not really going anywhere. And now Yelta is coming in and going to put some pressure on Constantinople, and Russia's in Armenia. So this is not looking great for Turkey. So I think Yelta has really played the chaos ball here. And, their flip-flopping back and forth has been pretty successful in terms of not letting anything stabilize in the East. The problem is that everything's stabilized in the West now. And France is just on the march and in a hugely dominant position here in the West.
I've got to pause just for a moment because Chris Kelly cracked me up with this one. So, all right, continue.
And we see, I love seeing the bounce in Berlin to keep Germany alive with a rebuild. So this is great. Germany is still in the game. Go Jackson. Again, fascinating, and I really like the play from Eleanor here. Ceding Spain to Italy, supporting Italy into Spain, and in the Tyrrhenian Sea. They've obviously cut some kind of deal here for them to go further east and deal with maybe the Yelta that's in everyone's side. And so, you know, she's essentially deliberately slowing her own growth in order to let the board respond in the way she needs it to. And I think maybe there's a thought here too that Russia is actually a big threat for the board top, and you need to be letting people fight them. So, you know, look, I mean, I don't know who Eleanor is, but my God, should they keep playing diplomacy?
Okay, winner of 04. And we'll go ahead and see these adjustments, and we will play the first ever Who Do You Like of the Youth Diplomacy Championship. Jamal, you are in the color chair right now, so I'm going to let you go first.
So, look, I think France had a dominant position and has given it up a little bit willingly. And I think from a purely strategic and tactical position, I think Yelta is maybe in a better spot. But I'm gonna pick Eleanor here because I think she's shown diplomatic prowess and a willingness to make the right strategic moves that I think, you know, in a race to the end, I think will bode really, really well.
Yeah, I was actually going to choose Eleanor as well before you did. She has been one of the most exciting diplomatic players I have seen on this broadcast. I'm really excited to see her play more. But since you chose Eleanor, I think I'll take the boring option and I'll choose Yelta. I think Yelta is a very experienced player, number 8 in the DBNI. I think tactically, great position, has the Russian fleet in Romania, has easy access to the heart of the Italian position, should be swallowing up Turkey pretty quickly. A lot of good reasons to like Austria here, so I'll take Austria.
We've got a couple of the players in this game commenting in Dip Chat. Really glad to see all of them. Wanted to highlight this. I believe Muffin said they were England in this game. Abraham, welcome, first of all. And then, Eleanor, this is the second game. Very impressive play. Good instincts so far. So. All right, spring of 1905, Karthik.
So in spring of 1905, we see the English finally making their position against the Russians successfully in a way that will ensure that Russia's northern position collapsed. I saw in the comments that people were saying that if they can't get the jump on Russia, that AR is going to run this game. I think it's pretty clear that Russia has no capability to survive in the north. And if I'm England right now in the fall, I'm convoying Kiel to Livonia. It is free, it is juicy, and just so fun. In the south, we see Spain being taken back by consent. If Italy wanted to be annoying, they could have simply retreated to Portugal. They could have done any number of things, but they chose to play nice, which was a smart call. Austria then takes Smyrna, as I said, was likely to happen. Austria's position is just so nice. I assume this is a negotiated bounce in Galicia here. Same within Bulgaria. And if the taking of Ankara happens in the fall, just kudos to the RA for the negotiations and collaboration as well.
Yeah, and the one thing that is probably damaging France's position here is it looks like Italy is not kept to their side of the deal with the trade in Spain. So if I'm France here, I'm giving Spain on the proviso that Italy's building fleet in Naples and actually going hard east, and they're clearly not doing it. So I think there's maybe a little bit of trust that was given and not reciprocated here. So I'll be interested to see if France now decides to push south to punish that.
That'd be interesting to see.
Or Italy can just now go east.
Yeah.
It looks like Italy is going east, keeping their side of the French deal here, which is very, very good to see. Yelta is cleaning up, taking Ankara or giving Ankara to the Russian, taking Smyrna for himself. The Kiel to Livonia convoy is missed, unfortunately. They try to take Berlin instead, which is interesting. I wonder if that was a miscommunication or agreement here or something that went wrong. Because the EF have been working very well together up until now. So it would surprise me that that's an attempt at a 1-dot stab. But they do get into Norway, and Russia does, though, I think, guess pretty well to hold on to both Sweden and St. Petersburg.
Makes sense, yeah.
I do, since it's 1905, want to call out that there is a year limit of 1907 for our 2 virtual face-to-face games. And for the extended deadline game, it's 1910. I also want to call out that there were 21 players from a variety of cultural zones, linguistic areas, developmental stages, and experience levels, and every player under the age of 20. So again, really excited to see these players. This game is fun. Like, it's moved fast. It's been dynamic. We are definitely in a treat for our first game as we move from the winter into spring of 06. 2 years left to go.
Fleet Trieste, always fun to see happen.
Yeah, but the problem with Fleet Trieste is it's absolutely going to commit Italy to do exactly what they're doing here and really go after Austria, which is great for EF. So they're still rolling here. Berlin is pushing through to Prussia. They are way beyond the line. England's taking Sweden here. I think France has missed a beat given it's a 1907 game. If she wanted to really, really win this game here, this is probably the turn where you need to have built Fleet Brest instead of Army Paris and go to English Channel and Irish and just lock down those English centers. And, it's good alliance play, but England is now in with a shot here as well.
And we've got Abraham saying there's an issue with Backstabber held in Barents. Didn't mean for that to happen. It's supposed to tap, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's not too consequential because, you get to take Norway straight back. So it's all right. And, picking up Sweden, picking up Berlin, on a turn where France had the option to do the stab and completely take this game away from anybody else. Now England is picking up 2 and France is down 1. So, you're well past the line. You're going for Warsaw, but this is now a really interesting race. Yelta is trying his best and decided to stab Russia now to try and get the board top himself, which is understandable. Wow, this is a 3-way race, and I think it's going to be a photo finish.
So just to make things interesting, looking before we see our adjustments here, photo finish, who's got the best chance? Karthik, I'll go to you first this time.
Has to be Austria, right? I mean, like, the builds that England are going to build will telegraph their intent to the French. The French can defend every unit they want to. They could take Berlin back by force if they want to. Austria has pressure everywhere. They can defend everywhere besides Romania in Con effectively. I just don't see how Austria loses, honestly. Maybe they lose Venice and something else. It could happen, but
so Austria obviously is in the lead and has a big position, but I mean, I don't know what else Austria can gain is the other issue here, right? I think England has a lot of growth potential, right? So France is pulling 1. England is putting down 2. I mean, Army Edinburgh, Fleet London looks like you're taking Brest and Belgium here pretty quickly, and England could ramp up and pick up 3. And the thing that maybe I think gives England the advantage here is that Eleanor in France, in her second game, it's understandable, but hasn't quite shown the killer instinct to really want to push and take the board top for herself. So she might leave herself slightly vulnerable in spring, which could leave the door open in fall.
All right, we've got for the Paris method, I'm just trying to make sure. So it looks like Yalta wins ties, if I'm reading this correctly. So Yalta and then 7, then Jackson, then Arcade Cactus. Let me see.
And I also have to add, as much as I love Yelta as a person, I am rooting against him as the tournament director here. He can't be winning this game. Come on, people.
Right.
Let's outrace him here.
All right, so winter of 1906. Here we go. Look at those. And Karthik, take us through our final turn.
Perfect. So, welcome to the final turn of the younger virtual face-to-face title. As we see Denmark get convoyed into Livonia finally. A lot of pressure going on there. We see London get convoyed into Holland. And Edinburgh simply just goes to Yorkshire, just to chill, seemingly defensively. It doesn't seem like Abraham is playing like this is like a very ultra-aggressive, cutthroat final year that he's going for, which could pose well for Eleanor. In the south, Eleanor does pick up Tunis successfully. Austria does land the convoy in Albania, potentially trying to make a play for Naples, which going to be hard to make that work, but it is worth trying. Austria also makes a play for Sevastopol, which should go if they make the right moves.
Yeah, Sevastopol's guaranteed here. I think England hasn't been aggressive enough in this final turn, and I think unless Yelta decides that as a TD he doesn't want to win this, then it's a lock.
Yep.
So
yeah, and then in the fall, we see Sevastopol get taken. We see Moscow bounce out Livonia. We see Romania and Budapest defend themselves against the Russians. And we see some moves, I think, by the French, which are incongruent with this being a final year. Having Tunis walk out into Ionia simply makes zero sense to me. It is unfortunate. And then we have this little dipsy doodle where Ruhr goes to Holland and Holland goes to Belgium. I think a lot of these players seem to be playing like it's not a 1907 end, which I think is something that just comes with experience. But we've seen a lot of talent from these players. England and France showing a lot of new talent. So I'm really, really excited to see that develop as the years come through.
All right. Well, first game of the Youth Diplomacy Championship ends our younger aged groups together with a absolutely dynamic game. We saw a little bit of everything here, especially this game feels like it developed a little bit beyond a typical 1907 end state. Jamal, what's the story of the game for you here?
Look, and obviously, big congratulations to Yelta for winning this and being the one of the Youth Diplomacy champions. So it's a really great game from him, and you're really, really impressive. But for me, the story of the game was, I think, just some of the standout players who are absolutely going to be bursting onto the scene in the years to come. So I was most deeply impressed by Eleanor's play and the strategic understanding in a second game to be able to do stuff like give away a center when you need to and help your allies on the other side of the board. I mean, if this is the future of the hobby, we are in for a treat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same. Karthik, anything to add?
No, Jamal said it better than I could have. Exactly what my thoughts were. It is so fantastic to see the young hobby be so talented so early, because it means that we're in for a reckoning in 4 or 5 years' time when they show up to VWDC. Sorry, there. WDC and VWDC, it was going to be a big deal when that happens.
Yeah, I have to go and study after this now. I got to spend the next 5 years preparing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, we're going to all go back and watch the games of these younger players so we can just try and keep up. So this is great. Ed, I'm going to welcome you back to the broadcast. What do you think of those?
Oh, this is beautiful. Ed muted. Cannot have enough of that.
To Baron Kirkholm. I was playing with that kid, I think, before he was in puberty, and he was great then. He's a real thinker about this game, and I was excited that he survived. And I was also mostly impressed that Yelta was apparently under 20, because that was a surprise to me, having met him in person, because he certainly acts a lot older than that. And God knows I wouldn't be able to play that at 20, so great game.
All right. Well, I believe, Karthik, it's time for your break.
It is.
Thank you. And that was so much fun. We're going to do it again. Let's go ahead and transition us over to our next game. I got the transition, but I forgot to change the screen. Here we go. We'll pretend that didn't happen. We're going with the older virtual face-to-face group in Austrian. We've got Simon Wessendrup, England Captain Gaming, France Nicholas Spencer, Germany Patrick Jacobson, Italy Really Ugly Bug, Russia we've got Trig, and Turkey we've got Yaramir Solja. We know several of these players from either DBNI or Virtual Diplomacy League appearances, but there are also some new ones. Ed, what are the storylines to be watching out for on this board?
Well, one in the West and one in the East. In the West is Nicholas Spencer, who runs the Olympus Discord server, which is currently the site if you want to play Extended Deadline. Currently in the Season 2 main event championship. He is, I hope he's one of these people who sticks around. He's almost a one of these stars that shines so bright that we lose him for a couple of years after that because they get burned out. I hope he doesn't get burned out, but I'm glad to see him play. He's also a Dixie. Kid's just a tremendously nice guy. Another shocking player on youth is Yarmir playing Turkey. That's the storyline in the East. Yarmir is a guy I have a lot of experience with, played a lot of virtual in 2020 when the pandemic, was it 2020 when the pandemic hit? My God, I can't even remember now, but I can't believe he was 15 or 16 when we were playing. He had so much success then, and he has a lot of this. If it's virtual, this guy has a lot of virtual experience, like a ton, and so I expect him to do very well. I can't say I'm familiar with anyone other than just watching Captain Gaming this evening.
Well, from our pick order, we've got Captain Gaming picking first, Bug second, Trig third, Nicholas fourth, Patrick fifth, Simon sixth, and Yaramir seventh. And looks like we've got our first pick with Captain Gaming taking England, Bug picking second, and I'm not sure who Bug is. They picked Italy, so Really Ugly Bug. That would make sense. So Italy picked second. That's a little interesting. Trig picking Russia in third, and Nicholas, France, dropping all the way down to fourth. So a little bit of atypical power selection there. Love to see that. And how do you feel about that, Jamal?
Oh, I mean, it just shows me that in the future, the French meta is dead and we're all living a much happier life.
Oh, man, I can't wait for the future to get here. Come on.
You should play the power you want to play or play next to who you want to play. And you shouldn't pick things because you're supposed to. So I'm glad to see that this is the way it went down.
All right. Well, Jamal, we'll give you 1901. Take us away through our next game of the Youth Diplomacy Championship 2024.
So this game shows us that if you are 1 or 2 years older, you just start to play more conservatively. So we have a bunch of very normal openings, except for a bounce in Piedmont, which is, that's fine. That's a pretty decent thing to do if you're Italy and France in this position. But I think the real spanner in the works here is Trig slipping into Galicia, which definitely does not look agreed. That if I'm Austria and if I'm Simon, I'm not agreeing to that. So it sounds like there's a DMZ that was now broken, and Russia is jumping straight in on Austria. We'll see how that plays.
Oh, Simon is Simon. I've met Simon. Great guy.
Yes, yeah.
So we've got Marseille and Piedmont bouncing. How do you feel about that, Ed?
I don't hate it if I'm France. I really don't. It ensures I get Spain if I want it. It doesn't give me certainty on Burgundy, but maybe France thought he was moving there, so it's fine.
And so look, Austria and Russia are talking, but not on the same page. So Simon tries to support the fleet into Romania, but Trig decides instead to put the army into Romania. Interestingly, though, putting the army Galicia into Romania rather than the army Ukraine. So if that really was an attack on Austria, that's taking a piece away from one of your key spots to do that. So I'm not 100% sure where that's going to go in the end, but I'm keen to see. Otherwise, the standard convoy over. England gets a walk into Belgium, which is very nice because France has decided that, you know what, we're just going to go straight into Rouen here and start to make Patrick's life a little bit difficult. So, yeah, and Russia gets Sweden.
I think there's a couple of missed opportunities here, right? One, there's clearly an issue going on with Romania. Turkey here could have easily given the same level of comfort to Russia that Austria did by supporting a unit into Romania, if that was what's going to happen. It tells me that this is really an error. I don't know if that's what it'll turn out to be, but especially with Sevastopol bouncing in the black, I think that's what we'll see here. And it certainly tells me that Nicholas thinks there's a EF. Whether or not there is an EF, yet to be determined. Sometimes I've almost never seen a Burgundy to Ruhr when Ruhr makes it at the end of 1901 working out super well for France. So we'll see how it goes.
Winter of 1901 adjustments.
I think this is a clever build from Nicholas here because I think I agree, Ed. He thinks there's an EF, but he's just building Fleet Brest just to keep him honest, right? So it's that little bit trust but verify build there, where you say, well, no, these fleets can swing south, and I'm still attacking Germany with you. And maybe Patrick's fine for a Western Triple here because they've built Fleet Belgium. So they are Berlin. Sorry, yeah, they can't build a fleet in Belgium. I know how to play this game. But the Fleet Berlin there.
You only want fleets to go to Belgium. You don't want them to be built in Belgium.
That's true, and I do like building fleets in Berlin. So the Fleet Berlin here is really telegraphing an attack on Russia coming here. So maybe there's a Western Triple on the cards, which as an Australian I love.
It's a weird Western Triple with the Fleet Brest, but we'll see.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Patrick is just trying to get a fleet down for some extra defense against England. It's not like they just needed it. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay. So France has got got pushed from Ruhr back into Burgundy, but doesn't look like the fleet builds in London and Brest were hostile to each other, which is good news. It's a slow EF, but appears to be an EF. And Germany has gotten rid of the immediate threat. But meanwhile, Germany's working with England, getting England into Sweden. I don't think it's a Western Triple. There's no convoy to Norway, which could happen, but fine. All right, we go to the east, and Turkey has announced with authority that Turkey, and I think we saw it from the fleet build, is taking the Black Sea, and looks like a AT here, supporting Austria into Romania. And that's bad news for Russia. Italy here, don't know which way the wind is blowing with Italy, but playing defense, but Italy's going to have to make a decision soon as to where they stand. Are they going to work from behind against this AT or work with somebody? I don't know.
Yeah, I think there was potentially a Western Triple on offer, and Germany decided they didn't want to take it. So, the rest of the moves look, fairly everyone's on board here, right? England, whilst not convoying, is pushing north, and France is pushing in position to go south. And I think Patrick decided, actually, you know what? I don't want any part of this because I'm just the meat in the sandwich here. So instead, I'm going to go and I'm going to go take back Rouen.
Moving on to fall of 1902.
Well, Nicholas decides he's going to take Belgium with German support, but doesn't follow it through with a Mid-Atlantic to English Channel or Spain to Mid-Atlantic, things that I would, or even Irish Sea or North Atlantic. I just don't see that. So this may have been a last-minute decision since both those units are in order. That's what I suspect. Italy appears to be making anti-Austrian moves here. And we'll try and prop up Russia. As we see, we've got the Tyrolia, Venice, Adriatic, Ionian. can't really be more anti-Austrian than those moves. Turkey here does not get into Sevastopol. It's well defended. Romania couldn't cut Ukraine because they were afraid of losing Romania. So, and a little bit of bad news: that sneaky Norwegian fleet gets to St. Petersburg, and this is always the position, right? You kind of don't want Russia to collapse here. You're helping them into Denmark, but on the other hand, you just left Belgium, and you got these French fleets, so I'm not sure that fleet's moving.
I think in the East here, this is a really good example of why sometimes you have to take risks, right? So Austria's made the cagey move to stay put in Romania because they're worried about losing it, rather than tapping Ukraine to get the guarantee for Turkey in Sevastopol. And I just think that taking that risk is just worth it here. So if Austria and Turkey had decided they were willing to lose Romania, which is not even their center to begin with anyway, they can guarantee themselves a position in Sevastopol whereby they can, actually really start to move. And as I say this, I realize that my tactics are terrible because tapping Ukraine doesn't guarantee Sevastopol. So ignore everything I said.
It does not. I said that, and that was wrong. So yes, you're right. But they should have taken Galicia then.
Yes, they should.
Jamal showing once again that diplomacy and strategic read of the board trumps tactics every time.
Go back one move. Yeah, Romania should have supported Budapest to Galicia. Romania didn't actually do it. I mean, that should have been the move.
All right, winner of 1902. We've got +2 for England, which when I was reading this in the fall, that's not what I was predicting. So well done on Captain Gaming's front there. Trig having a rough time in Russia. We've got +1 for Nicholas in France, +1 for Simon in Austria. Take a look at these adjustments. And Ed, why don't you tell us about them as we move into the spring of 03?
I think Belgium may have been agreed. I kind of take it back now. Now that I see how it all played out. So, what do I know? These youths have beat me again. All right, let's go. Yeah.
So France
you have it. You have it.
Oh, good. France is moving very hard south. So, it looks like we have a solidified EG here. So the EF here. Italy sees it coming, tries to pull back. Very happy to pull out of the attack on Austria, and Austria in return decides to blow up the army in Tyrolia, which is fair, is a little bit of a threat. Now Austria and Turkey do get Sevastopol, which is really good. I think it's going to really unlock Russia for them, particularly given England is in St. Petersburg with a fleet and not an army. Captain Gaming is trying to pull the armies over. I think we see some alliances solidifying and trying to really maximize their position here.
So the reason why the army got blown up was so Italy could have an extra fleet.
Yeah, that's a choice, not a force.
Yeah. That was really good move, especially with those 3 French fleets coming. A good read of the board there, and that's the way you take Sevastopol with the convoy.
I do like the unwanted support back into Marseille there from Piedmont to play a little dipsy doodle trick. Nicola decides that instead of going through with this attack on Italy, we're going to go pull back now. Maybe the Marseille thing was agreed, and maybe they just decided that they don't fully trust England all that much to leave themselves that exposed. So they weren't going to get much out of Italy anyway. Let's pull back. But they still are working with England to go and take Holland, which is a good thing for them, although England here is losing St. Petersburg back to the Russian, whilst AT make progress in the south of Russia. And I do think that Russia's time on this board is unfortunately somewhat limited, given that the Austrian is now in Prussia and Galicia and the Turk is in Ukraine.
Really hard not to love the Turkish position here. Much rather be Turkey and then Austria in this position. And Yarmir is a good player and he's playing it well. Also think that the French moves back are not unreasonable. They may anger England a bit, but sometimes it's okay. France can actually play like this a little bit. And I think this is, if you want to induce Italy to go east, this is the way to do it. And if you want to keep England honest, it's also the way to do it. If I remember correctly, if I have my history correct, Theron was England and Nicholas Spencer was France in a game we covered a few months back, and Nicholas got tagged bad by Saren. And so I think that memory of that happening to him is in his mind, which happens to all players, such as myself, who get stabbed brutally.
It happens to me so often. I just get them all my lessons confused.
Oh.
So, all right, winner of 1903, we've got Yarmir putting down Fleet. We've got Nicholas putting down an army. Captain Gaming having to disband the army in Liverpool. And we've got the disband of that fleet in Berlin. So move into spring of 04. Ed, I think this one's yours.
Yeah. Okay, so really bad turn for Russia because there is no more Russia except for the fall, and we'll see. But everything lost all 3 home centers that were remaining. Meanwhile, Italy, Nicholas. Yeah, you didn't. There's still an army in Piedmont, buddy. And had you remembered that, I think even this attempted stab would have been okay. You could have been back, but this is not great. You're going to lose Marseille. You might be able to take it back. You might not, I guess, depending on what Munich does. And maybe England will give you Liverpool, but maybe not. I mean, you have it if you want it, but you kind of need a friend right now, Nicholas.
This does look to me a bit like Nicholas getting a little too trigger happy and maybe trying to play the more. So I know that obviously running Olympus Nicholas is a prolific extended deadline player, and I wonder whether this is slightly more of an extended deadline style of move here, where looking at this position, Captain Gaming has never done anything against Nicholas all game. They had an army back and a fleet in Yorkshire. And Nicholas decides instead to go for the stab on his ally and leave himself open to the Italian who he's just been fighting, which I just don't understand the diplomatic play here. And it's certainly something I would have maybe had another think about that or at the very least covered Marseille here. So yeah, this is tricky. You're going to pick up Liverpool, but you can take Marseille back. You've lost a lot of position in the south.
So I think what I might have considered here, and I'd like to get your thoughts on it, is rather than Paris to Brest, Paris to Gascony, if I was going to make this swing around. So it's still there for a convoy. I assume that's why it was going to Brest. I don't see any defensive reason. But then Gascony is just such a great territory to be in because you've got more play on Marseille, Spain, etc. It's just a really solid defensive position.
Yeah, that's why we get to play in hindsight. Yeah. In Nick's view, Piedmont's going to Venice to cover it or something, right? And so, yeah, but I agree that even if that didn't happen and you want to do the convoy, I prefer the convoy on that back attack to come from Gascony for that reason. Not only just to cover, but it's good to be there. But
and that's just saying, like, I don't mind the decision here. I like the aggressive choice. I think I tend to be a little more stabby in my play. Ask Chris Kelly. But I like to try and give myself some options for the inevitable time I make the wrong choice. So
yeah,
I'm also a little surprised Tyrolia holds. Go ahead, Jamal. I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's right. But yeah, look, Tyrolia holds is Simon playing smart and letting Italy push west. And I think if I'm Nicholas here, I think I have to caution patience, right? And use Turkey built a fleet, right? Turkey built a fleet, which means that the Austria-Turkey thing is locked solid. So that Turkey and Austria are going to come for Italy. And so if you're just patient for one more year and you just hold your position and keep the stab option open for later, Italy's going to have to turn right back around here because now Turkey's in the Ionian Sea. So, if you just have that little bit of extra patience, you can you can pull this stab in 1905 and it still be just as effective. But what you don't have in 1905 is Italy in this position where they've got the jump on you, and there's a decent incentive for Turkey and Austria just to leave them alone and let them keep going.
We are quite a bit over on this turn, but I wanted to take the time here because I think it's a fascinating board state, and this is an area where I know I struggle as a player making decisions like this. Like, should I make these decisions? And I think there's some fantastic decisions being made here on this board, and I just want to call those out and give everybody a chance to learn from those together. So we move into the fall.
Okay, so I'll go. I think I have the fall. Russia still dead. That army from Vienna to Budapest, which is rather curious, goes back to Galicia here, and this could have been a pretty. Yeah, I mean Turkey, I guess, couldn't really take advantage of it too much. I don't know if I like these bounces in Bulgaria that Turkey's doing, but being patient is always good in an AT, so I can't complain about that too much. Meanwhile, Italy did not hold Marseille. Munich instead covers Berlin as to cutting Burgundy, so good for France there. And Germany got Denmark back, and we see Captain Gaming having to move west. Unfortunately they're not going to get a build. They lose Liverpool, which I think was going to happen anyways. I think Nicholas probably had to try for it, and then St. Petersburg they got, so they're going to stay flat.
I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I'm going to say that this is potentially the move of the game here with Tyrolia hold, Ionian hold. So it's exactly what we were saying last turn, right? That Austria and Turkey have no incentive here to actually take anything from Italy because Italy's off fighting this war with France and actually pinning France back in a really, really big way. And if you look at the position now, Italy's not even getting a build, and they're practically dead to rights because their fleets are all off way too far away from their homeland. So, just that little bit of patience that you've seen from Austria and Turkey here is going, it's going to work wonders for them in the way that France's slight impatience might not.
So you're predicting Tyrolia to Venice, Ionian, Naples, Greece, Ionian, and they're just going to make their move now.
Now or even later, but they can make it at the last possible minute, and if they wait well enough, they'll still get everything.
Got it.
They'll make it in 05 because they don't want really Italy to get Marseille.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, take a look at that, and then Jamal, take us through spring of 05.
You see more patience. So, they're just really holding still here. They're getting into position to look at taking St. Petersburg. They're letting France and Italy have this fight, and this is a real attritional war here. So they're really just fighting it out. And yeah, I mean, really, to me, this game is down to if and when Austria and Turkey will pull the trigger. I think France has gotten themselves a little bit stuck in the mud here with this fight with Italy.
Yarmir really slow playing it. I didn't like the Fleet Inc. build, and now we got this. But if this is an IAT, this is actually how it should work.
This is Yaromir going for best Andrew Goff on this board.
So we did fail to do who do you like, so we'll go ahead and do that. Spring of 05. Ed, we'll go with you first.
I like Turkey. If Turkey wants to win, Turkey can win.
And Jamal.
I think I like Simon in Austria slightly more than Turkey here. I just think that I love the fleet rotations by Turkey here, but for a 1907 game, this is just a little bit too inefficient, I think, to actually end up with the board top.
Oh, I forgot it was 1907.
1907. So fall of 1905. You called it.
Yeah, they pulled the trigger now. Take Venice,
it's
take
you.
Naples, it's guaranteed. So they're really moving in now very quickly, which is great for them. They're taking St. Petersburg as well, which is amazing. So yeah, this is an AT race really between the two of them, and maybe they work something out. Nicholas is trying his best to get himself into a position, but yeah, losing Marseille here is brutal. Captain Gaming's making some gains back in Denmark, and really trying to fight hard to stay in it. But the loss of St. Petersburg means they're not going to get another build, so they can't kick Liverpool out. So it's really tricky here. So yeah, This has come down to an AT race in the last couple of years. And yeah, I think A has slightly better position on it.
And just a reminder, Yarmir does have the tiebreaker over Simone, so let's keep that in mind as we move into our final couple of years. Take a look at those adjustments. More fleets from Turkey. And here we go, spring of 06.
Okay, so the fleets move out. That's interesting, except for Armenia. The 5-fleet Turkey and the armies are all. I mean, this is as good a position as you want if you're Austria and you see Turkey like this. All you can really lose is Greece. Meanwhile, Turkey takes Rome, backfilled with the Ionian fleet from Austria going into Naples. And in the West, we see offense from France as Italy pivots back, but that doesn't really help you if you're looking for the win. It might be a pull through, but I doubt that even. So we'll see what happens. And Germany piled on and took Norway here with Turkish support, I might add.
Just a little tactical call out here. The unwanted support from Black Sea to Sevastopol from Romania is as good as a stab from Simon, and because that pretty much guarantees Moscow and really puts Yaromir on the back foot to have to then go back into the Black Sea to have any stab on Austria. So I think that is the subtlest little move that I think potentially locks it away for Simon.
I think he's going to lose Greece, though. Something tells me that this isn't. It looks like a stab, especially how can you not read it that way? But he will lose Greece, I guess. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Okay. So Austria does take Moscow as predicted. Turkey loses St. Petersburg. Bad for Turkey. Turkey gets Greece. They let's see. It was a pass through. Marseille goes to Piedmont. Italy coming down, but this was Simon's move. Nothing else looks really easy for him to get, but on the other end, it doesn't look like he's going to lose much more.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see if anyone else can benefit.
It's tighter than you'd like, but yeah, I mean, he's on 9 with a year to go. Everyone else is on 7, so someone's got to get 2 here. And I just think Turkey has too many fleets to pick anything else up.
Well, France might get Tunis and Marseille. Munich.
Yeah, it's an option.
Chances.
But I think Simone would win the tiebreaker over Nicholas, though.
Ah, okay.
All right. Move into see our adjustments here.
I'm trying to go quick, but it's the last year. Jamal, you got it.
All right. So here's the big one though. It's the wrath of Captain Gaming coming back to potentially take the game away from Nicholas. So Captain Gaming is pulling Norway back to Yorkshire, Edinburgh back. So now Liverpool is guaranteed back for England. Whilst Simon is losing Naples, they're getting Rome, and they don't quite get into Sev, but because of Captain Gaming's move, they can guarantee St. Petersburg now. So yeah, wow, this is I think this is the thing. Nicholas maybe in stabbing England, thought that they'd put that to bed and that they didn't have to worry about that again. But this is your moves coming back to bite you a little bit, because now at the end of the game, Captain Gaming is having a bit of a say in who's going to win here.
Nicholas saying figured he'd try that, but thought the move would be to Belgium. So yeah,
I mean, he could have gone for Brest even, right? London to English Channel takes Brest here.
Yeah, lots of options. All right, final turn. We'll pause here before we see our adjustments. Ed, who do you like to win this one?
It's hard not to pick Simone. I don't think. I think we will see Simone win.
All right.
So yeah, takes St. Petersburg. Does lose Rome, so doesn't get that build, but that doesn't lose anything else. So he's going up 1. And yep, Nicholas loses Liverpool, but takes Marseille and nothing else. So yeah, congratulations, Simon. That is a brilliantly played game there to take out the win.
Yeah. And Nicholas Spencer coming in just short with that loss of Liverpool would have tied, but Simone would have had the tiebreaker in that situation. So either way, would have won. Congratulations, Simone, on a really, really like you threaded the needle on this one. Very different style of play in this board than we saw in our last game. Much more methodical, a lot of patience shown from our players, and in my opinion, very impressive alliance play between Simone and Jaromir, giving both of them an opportunity to make plays at the end. Simone just coming out slightly on top. Ed, what is the storyline of this game for you?
Well, Jamal said trust but verify earlier, and Yarmir trusted and he didn't verify, and those fleets is undoing the movements and the builds and all the rest. He's trying to be a good ally. You always in this situation, if you play like Jamal, which only Jamal can do.
I'm sure you can do it too, Ed.
Well, I try to do it, but I always try and have an insurance policy in case I have a Karthik next to me. But somehow even people like Karthik trust Jamal so Jamal can do his crazy stuff. I've been burned a little bit, so I like to have something to protect myself. And what he was doing, he just set himself up for this failure. But I call it a failure. It's really not a failure. I mean, it's just a learning experience, which is part of the point of having Youth World Championship. You got to always realize what the other guy can do. Simone, was he going to go in? Was he going to rack himself up into Germany? I don't think so. Why would he do that? So, the way to get ahead was to attack Turkey.
Jamal, anything to add?
Yeah, look, I think, we paused for quite a while on one of the turns in the middle there, but I think that was the pivotal turn of the game. And I think this game really pivoted on, Nicholas's choice to maybe get a little greedy and stab just one turn too early. And then the patience of Simon to not stab Italy, to wait that extra turn, let Italy commit, and then make a more effective stab later on. So it's just sometimes diplomacy comes down to just you can have a plan, you can do what you want to do, but just timing it right and waiting the exact right turn. And that's what I saw here. And it was really impressive by Simon.
Well played. And Jamal, I think you get a break here, and we're going to bring Karthik in for our final game. Appropriate that we have Karthik and Ed, two of our extended deadline players, to cover our extended deadline game. Looking forward to this one. While I bring it up, Karthik, anything to add on that final game?
I think the thing I have to add is when Ed said that he needed an insurance policy to deal with me and Jamal doesn't. The reason why neither I or Jamal need insurance policies is because we're good allies to our allies, Ed. So therefore, they want to keep working with us, and that's what Austria did right.
I got some backstabber links I can share with everybody.
As do I.
He's got receipts. All right, let's transition over to our final game of the Youth Diplomacy Championship, our extended deadline game. Here we go. All right. So in Austria, we've got Max England, Abstiegkrieger. Rolls off the tongue nicely.
His name's Paul. His name's Paul.
Paul, thank you. We'll go with Paul. That's much easier for me. Thank you. France, we've got Philip. Germany, Soham. Italy, Henry. Russia, Kirill. And Turkey, we have Henry. We need to do a bloopers of me trying to pronounce names at some point.
Is this the Henry that's appeared at some face-to-face tournaments in North America?
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't know that, but the name and location seem to match that.
Then I think I played with both Henry and I've met Soham in Melbourne when I was at the Melbourne Open then.
All right. Karthik, I'll go to you. Anything you're going to be watching here?
I'm just looking for a great game. I don't know a lot of these players very well. I've not watched them play a lot of games. I'm hoping for something like the younger WDC round, because that was just a fantastic game to watch. All
right. So some of our seating here in First pick was Germany, Soham in Germany. Second was France. Third was Russia. Fourth was Paul. Fifth was Henry. Sixth was Max. And Henry picking up Italy in seventh. So Italy falling all the way to 7. That would be very unusual for our face-to-face and virtual face-to-face. Does the meta in extended deadline make that a more usual, more typical pick, or is that unusual as well?
Well, I don't think. I mean, I think it pre 2019, it's pretty usual, right? And so I think, honestly, like as much as I rag on Karthik, I don't play Italy well, and I still wouldn't pick, Italy uh, in a Paris method. I don't think I ever have because I just don't have a feel for the power, and I think a lot of roughly newer players will let it fall. I want to say one thing that we didn't cover, which is I do know Paul. I know Henry Merrill as well. Henry's a good player. I played with him. Paul, I would say, has a massive upside. I played with him for weeks in an extended deadline game before. Very good and clear-headed about what he wants to do. But the flip side of that is with the youth, sometimes a little too certain that things he wants to do are going to work out. And in the game I was with, it didn't work out for either of us. I wish he had maybe listened to me a little bit, but he did better than I did ultimately, and I think he's going to be a really good player to watch for the future.
And to answer your question, Brian, in my experience, Italy is pretty favored. Not as favored as it is in person, but central triples were very, very common in the WebDip meta for a long, long time. Probably still is today. I think probably second most common after FGRs for three-way draw. But I think what Ed said hit the nail on the head. When you are a younger player, a less experienced player, Italy is a hard country to play and have the feel for. So I think that's probably why Italy fell. Like people just don't feel comfortable with it because they haven't played it very often.
Phil the Thrill says the game was a bit of a roller coaster with a name like Phil the Thrill. I think you'll probably know that that's true. So looking forward to watching this one. Here we go. Final game of the Youth Diplomacy Championship. Who will be our third and final champion? Spring of 1901. Ed, take us away.
Standard French move. I like this move from Paul going to Edinburgh, although not everybody does. I know Karthik never does it, and I like to see it. Standard move from Germany, standard everywhere. So nothing to see here.
I'd like to say it. I feel like I make moves to Edinburgh like 25% of the time.
25% of the time, it works every time.
Yeah, exactly.
So one thing that I do think is atypical is the movement to Apulia and Venice. It's not super unusual, but it's not super common either. But really insignificant. Just gives you a little protection in case there's a bounce. But otherwise, it's basically the same as a hold. Fall of 1901. Here we go.
In the fall. See that Army Edinburgh is not necessarily anti-Russian, and it wasn't here. It gets into Belgium, convoyed by North Sea. Germany was a little frightened there. It tells me it's EF-ish in the West, but you never know. Meanwhile, I see the Russian-Turkish cooperation. No fleet in the Black Sea, and Austria gets 2 builds. A little worried about Venice, but none of that. Warsaw holding is a little unusual, but not overly so. So I think this is, and the bounce in Sweden, which I think, I will say this, almost never happens in virtual or face-to-face, but I think is an extremely common. I put it as 70% move in extended deadline.
It used to be way more common in face-to-face and virtual as well. It's only recent that has fallen out of favor as much. Karth, the question for you that I had, let's say you're Germany in this position, it does appear that you've got a potential EF. What's your pitch to try and break that up?
Here with the successful
the pitch from Germany is you're never going to dig France out.
Right, exactly.
That is what I say every time this happens.
Yep, it's so hard to dig France out when you're England. If I'm France, I'm gonna be like, telling them like, hey, you always have England behind you. Got to be worried about that. But honestly, I feel like a lot of Germany kind of killed their game by bouncing Russia out of Sweden. Like if you have an opening to Edinburgh, like 0% chance that you can bounce Russia out of Sweden, and I think they're going to pay significantly for that in the future.
This is always the problem in the West. You have to remember that Russia and sometimes Italy are going to be your friend, and you try and keep them on side if you can.
Right.
All right. So it looks like we've got a couple of the players in chat. We always love seeing that. Please feel free to give us any insight. We do have an answer here under the illusion of Western Triple for spring of 1901. So we'll see. Those builds would indicate that that was a belief. All right, so this is a lot of armies put down on this board. I'm very much on record as preferring to have that flexibility that comes with the fleet in Kiel. It's difficult to ever justify that after spring of 1901. Not impossible, just difficult. But in this case, if you think it's a Western Triple, that set of moves wouldn't be horrible.
No, he thought it was a Western Triple after the spring. I think he realized it in the fall. If this is extended deadline, I assume they negotiated. And I think that the negotiation here was, I mean, 2 armies is bad for France in this situation. It's bad for Germany too, but it's almost like telling France, you ain't going to grow through me, buddy. Only England's going to grow. Now you got a fleet build in London. I think we were seeing an EG here that was negotiated in the winter phase.
Right.
That's a good call out. I always forget the, even though I got my start and extended deadline, I always forget that you can negotiate during the adjustments. That can be quite significant.
I will say though, I wouldn't overreact that because there's still the chance the North Sea goes to Helgoland, London goes to North Sea.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm saying, but that's what the pitch was.
Yeah. Sure. I agree.
And that's why Karthik.
There we go.
Yeah.
The issue when you do the move, the double army build, is that you become a sitting duck for England rather than a good partner for England. And while on face, it looks like you're being really, really friendly, right? When you don't build that fleet, it just neuters your ability to go after Russia really well. It makes it so easy for England to say, oh, this is an easy dot farm for me. And when you have France also building no fleets, you find yourself in a really big pickle. This is an English, dream scenario, and England taking full advantage of it. Oh, Stephen Flanders did the same thing. Good stuff. Then we see Russia moving into the Black Sea. Turkey seemed to be a little bit worried about it based on the move from Ankara to Armenia, but doesn't have much of an option on what to do. So we see a good air getting into progress here. Air versus EF. I'm curious to see who wins the tempo battle. And now we have why not building the second fleet is so big of a deal. You have Kiel being cut, Holland guaranteed. I mean, everything held anyways, presumably an NMR. But no, Denmark moved. No idea what happened there then. But Austria supports Burgundy into Munich while taking Romania, which I think is actually a smart play by Austria. It blows up France's threat level while also minimizing theirs. Even if it does pull them across the line a little bit, with it being a 1907 game, stabs will happen. So it's not a risk. So I think that's a good move. But my favorite move of the entire tournament, which I saved for last, is the convoy to Constantinople, supported by the Russian fleet in the Black Sea. It's very cool when things like that happen. Great turn.
Yeah. I mean, good news, you're in Con. Bad news, you got a French fleet in Western Med and Army Piedmont. You build a fleet. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Or build an army.
Well, okay, so spring 1903. Italy's trying to defend here. I feel like Tommy Anderson all of a sudden. I'm tongue tied. Meanwhile, the EF continues. Man, it continues pretty well. And this is the way it should be. France should have Belgium in an EF, and England gets into Kiel. Bad news for Germany. Germany's basically gone after this season. And Russia got Romania back, which should have happened. Now you've got a horrible retreat, though, into Ukraine, which means Austria can be in Moscow. So you sort of have to think those things through, Carol, when that happens. Like I said, think about where the retreat's going to go earlier.
Yeah.
And that's where it goes. Meanwhile, sort of bad news here for Italy. Italy loses Khan, although it knew it was. It got into Bulgaria, so they're trying to shift around a bit. And if I'm reading it correctly, France helps Austria into Italy, which is understandable given what's happening on the other side of the board. Austria trying to just get dots wherever they can. They think they found a France, but really they found a friend in France. But really, what this happens, this is my specialty here, is when you have an EF going or you have any two-person alliance that's doing really well, you need to find a sucker on the other side of the board and prop them up. And when you and by doing this, by having Austria on side, and Austria's not helped by other people attacking them, this is going to be really, really good for England and France. And the way I'm looking at these fleets, and everything else, England's probably building an army here, and I'm liking England.
Yeah, I think the air stabbed each other a little too quickly here for my liking. I think you wait a turn or two, see what's happening with the EF, and then you decide, hey, can we gut Austria, or do we need to stick with them for a little longer? Doing this, I think, guarantees EF gets a lot of progress.
Karthik, what are we looking at in spring of 04?
In spring of 04, we see Austria being a thorn in Russia's side. They pick up Sevastopol here and will likely get Romania if they make the right orders. We see France and Italy no longer work in the sort of lock state, but rather Italy just basically dying. Austria managed to put the French in Tuscany, while the French slide into Naples. Rome is going to be gone at the end of the year. Bulgaria is gone now. The only thing that Italy will have is possibly Tunis, depending on what the Austrian and French fleets do. But even that could be taken in this turn as well. So really, really rough. In the north, we see, presumably by consent, Sweden being taken by the English. Maybe Germany's being offered a Janissary deal, stay on one in St. Petersburg. I don't know. Berlin going to Silesia. Not sure what that's about either. But that can be taken by the EF if they wanted to in the fall. So yeah, let's see what happens.
I think just at a level, this is when I'm playing France and I start to get nervous. I'm facing resistance, and now my fleets are all moving out of position, and England's out of position too, but England going to get St. Petersburg and Sweden here. I'm thinking, what are those builds going to be? And this is how the problems arise.
Right.
And I don't know.
I think this is where you ask for Holland as France,
Yeah, but whether or not that happens.
Yeah, if I'm England, though, I might say, well, you've got a shot at Rome potentially. So
you have a shot at Rome, shot at Tunis. Who knows if what you get, what you don't get. So I would also say no if I was England.
All right. Let's see.
England does take St. Petersburg with the army. Very cool. Rather than making a play for Romania with 3, they decide to bounce out of Moscow. Cool. So they stay in Moscow. So they keep Moscow. They stay in Sev. They lose Serbia. Losing Serbia, I thought, was kind of a given. So if I were them, I probably would have supported Serbia into Romania if Trieste wasn't supporting Serbia to hold. But otherwise, well played there. Italy loses Rome, loses Tunis. Bulgaria is their only center left, so they're in rough shape. Yeah.
Net result: winner of 1904. Rough turn for Henry in Italy. Looks like they are down to just Bulgaria. We've got +2 for the EF, -2 for Russia, +1 for Turkey. We'll go ahead and pause here. We'll play Who Do You Like? Karthik, you're up first.
Here, I really like England. I think England will have fewer threats in the long term. It'll be harder to dislodge them out of the centers that they do have. Sweden can drop down into the Baltic Sea really easily now. And I think North Sea can slide into English whenever it wants to. The Italian unit in Mid-Atlantic Ocean is going to be a problem if it doesn't get pulled. So yeah, I take England.
I'm not even going to try and keep it interesting. I think it has to be England here. I don't see how England can't win in this position. This Raider is a big problem, and I know that I've called myself a diplomacy sponge, and I hear everyone say, "Oh, well, let the Raider just take one place at a time." This is a poorly positioned Raider for that strategy, and I think what happens is that France is probably going to have to pull back more than one unit just to defend one center, and by doing that is going to open up a whole bunch of dots to England. And England gets 2 builds, so that Raider's not incentivized to go against there. I know France gets 2 builds, but still, it's going to be a problem, I think.
All right, winner 1904. Take a look at those adjustments, and then Ed, take us through 1905.
All right. I just went to the Raider right there and got dislodged, goes to English Channel. Okay, maybe I was wrong, and there's not much it can do because everything can be covered from here. And it's not going to live very much longer because Turkey takes Bulgaria. So much for my theory. On the other hand, Paul gets a nice convoy into St. Petersburg and Livonia. They're putting real pressure. The EF could take, well, they can at least threaten Moscow, Warsaw here, and they're just pushing up against the line. So we'll see what happens. It's a race for now. I still maintain that there will be a stab because I think there has to be. Are you awake, Karthik?
Yeah, I am. So Austria then supports Turkey into Russia, into Russian Romania. And I think that probably is going to give them a good position. The only thing that gives me pause, though, is the fact that Turkey says they're walking out of Bulgaria. So that's just I'm not seeing what. I get why they want the Italian and Mao there, but I think if I'm them, I'm taking Bulgaria instead.
Take Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if it's me. Is it me?
It's you. You're the odd years. Yeah.
All right.
You're odd, I'm even.
All right. So Moscow and Warsaw fall. And they put Germany in Warsaw. They take Berlin. And here's the stab, right? Holland to Belgium, supported by North Sea. I think this had to happen. This is devastating for France, I think.
Yep.
And now I don't think anyone can really stop what England's going to do here.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just going to start moving through. I think this is the kind of stab that wins the best stab at a tournament. This is just brutal. So we're just going to watch and see We'll keep pushing through here. I don't want to shortchange the quality of play that we're seeing here from Paul. We had several people. Ed was talking him up. Bob was talking him up earlier in chat. So here we're just seeing that skill put on play. But if there's Ed or Karthik, I'll just let you call out like one important move that you're seeing here, and then we'll just keep pressing through.
Yeah, so I want to give credit to the Italian Janissary and France for keeping this game interesting. France taking Venice here and the Italians taking Belgium with French support means that this isn't a guaranteed runaway for England. There are ways to stall him and be annoying while France tries to play catch up. It's an uphill battle, but at least it's a battle.
Turkey should have. Yeah, go ahead.
No, just we've got comment here. France turned around. England could have been stopped. Kept marching in Italy. Ed, do you agree with that?
No, I think that's magical thinking.
Yeah,
I think that's the kind of thing you say in a game, but that's not really true. I don't think he can really be stopped.
right. England's position was so just unbeatable for so long. Like we're looking at like 1903, 1904, like when like France needed to get Holland for it to be a real fight. Like this is prayers, like not like, well, it can be done.
Is this the kind of game where we're starting to talk solo? I mean, it's
not enough time. 1907 is hard to solo in,
especially for a corner power like England.
Right.
Yeah, no. I mean, nothing to see here in my mind. Like England's in Portugal, and won't lose it. But
yeah, the question is just how big does England get? Belgium. I suppose.
The Raider ends up at Edinburgh, which is like hilarious, by the way.
Yep.
At the end of the game, but England loses a home center and still dominates with a victory. Isn't it over? Why are we in 1908? I guess we keep going.
In this one is the
1910, right?
1910. So the virtual face-to-face went to 1907. But
that may have changed it. When I said there was no way to stop him, I was assuming a 1907 end date, but it's still going to be super difficult.
Denmark now. The Raiders.
Well, what about Paris?
That's brutal.
And Warsaw.
Wow.
That's when you just say that there's no hope. And
all right, +2 for Henry, trying to keep it at least a little bit interesting. And all right, here we go. Game over, ends by draw. So it goes to the 1908 score. Congratulations to Paul. Definitely a dominant performance. It was dominant before the before we see the gap here in the or the separation. Nothing but compliments from me. Although I will say, from my perspective, it was made easier by the army builds from Germany. And I think that's just a testament to this being a well-rounded game. It was not just a strategic or tactical game, but there was some diplomatic work that went in to make this situation possible.
The whole package. I knew this guy's a really good player, and he's proved it, and I'm happy for him. He's a good guy to boost, right? Sometimes it's like you're this good and you're that young and you're just an ass. He's not. He's a super nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Karthik, what's the story of the game for you?
For me, I think it comes down to the smaller power, in this case, France, not negotiating what they needed to do in order to guarantee their own safety. I think if France had been able to negotiate England giving them Holland, they could have had a chance. I think there are some other negotiations that could have done around that time to give them a chance. But once England achieved the position that they did, with the chaos in the south and the Italian Raiders causing early problems for them, it's just so hard for France to recover. I don't think even an immediate move back by France would have saved them. I think it just keeps the game at England on 10 or 11 instead of 12, and France on 7, Italy on 4, and it didn't change the fact that England was going to win this game.
Ed?
No, it was a really good game. And look at this. I mean, Italy had 2 of the centers that should be English.
Yeah.
Like it's actually a better result than what we're seeing.
Yeah, England's realistically on 14 here.
Well, I want to thank all of our YDC players. Congrats to all 3 winners. Those were some really, really fun games. Saw 3 very different games, very different styles of play. And I was entertained by each of them. The future of our hobby is bright if this is the quality of players that we can bring. Really appreciate everyone participating, and to Yelta for helping to organize it. And I think we had a couple other people help GM as well. So thank you.
Is Paul the youth world champion? Did he have the? There was no top board, so is this the best result of the 3?
So they were. This was a more casual, friendly type of environment, and so each winner of each board is considered one of the champions of.
That's nice. I like that.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, congratulations, Jamal. I want to welcome you back.
Thank you.
Anything you want to add for, yes, very scared of the next gen players, as are we all. Anything you want to add?
No, look, I think it's just some amazing play from a bunch of people who are all shockingly under 20 years old. For those of us who are slightly older than that, it's probably time to go back to the textbooks.
We need a senior league. I could do well in the senior league, I think.
Brian,
too many things at once. We're going to wrap up our coverage of the YDC, and we're going to move on to our final games of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Go ahead and bring those up. And Ed, I think we get to give you a break. So say farewell to Ed. And we are going to transition over to our next game.
I miss Ed. Where did Ed go?
Nobody misses Ed.
I'm Ed's biggest fan. I miss Ed.
That's true.
Okay, here we go. And VDL 188, Camilo Vargas, and Austria, Robert Hillier, England, Patrick Jacobson, France, Bradley Grace, Germany, Doug Malott, Italy, Peter McNamara, Russia, Justin Lohr, Turkey, Matthew Tatanchi. Jamal, help us set up some storylines. What should we keep our eye on for this game?
This is a board and a half, isn't it? I mean, wow. Okay, yeah. So you've got Bradley Grace, Doug Malott, Peter McNamara, Justin Lohr, Matthew Tatanchi, all on the same board. I don't even know if there are storylines here. I am just fascinated to see how this plays out, because this is a very, very high level board. And I don't know Patrick, but even Robert is one of the up and coming great Australian players. So this is going to be huge. I'm so keen for this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a great board. Lots of great players on here. I'm really looking forward to seeing the dynamics between Justin Lohr and Matthew Tatanchi, given the fact that Justin Lohr has been sort of eliminated off of boards because of that solo. And then also between Doug Malott and Bradley Grace, 2 really, really strong players in the West.
All right, well, let's not delay things. We won't be a tease. We'll get right to it. Spring of 1901, Karthik, take the lead.
You got it. So in the North, we see standard openings from England. In the West, we see standard openings from France and Germany, classic Maginot opening from the French. In the East, though, we see Moscow holding, which is very rarely seen. We see Warsaw going to Ukraine and Sav doing the Armenian fist bump, which to me suggests that potentially we'll be seeing a rat here right out of the gate. Very, very interesting, very cool to see. And I'm curious to see how the West responds to it. Italy, they're going with the standard web dip style, anti-French Lepanto opening. Venice Piedmont, very common, especially in gunboat games, to try and keep France in check without annoying them too much while getting ready to convoy and attack Turkey. I'm curious to see if that's what Italy is doing here as well.
I'm just really glad that after the top board of WDC, Peter has learnt that as Italy, he does eventually have to go west.
And now we have the convoy to Tunis. Piedmont does tap Marseille, which does mean that Marseille will be open for a fleet build if Bradley Greystoke chooses. Holland, Denmark, and Belgium all go to the German. Patrick convoys to Norway while taking Barents. All looks like a really good Western triple to me, especially with the bounce in Sweden. Though the South is responding well enough, given the fact that Sevastopol gets put into Romania, Constantinople makes out to Aegean, Bulgaria is taken. So it looks like we're on board for a Western triple versus a rat. I think the Australian here will be very, very happy to see triple on triple play.
Look, I'm looking at Western Triple versus Eastern Quad in this position. Actually, I think there is no reason for the East to fight each other at all. Just go straight to the line.
Perfect. We'll have a 7-way draw in 1903.
That's the Australian way.
All right. Potential little bit of friction there in the West with our adjustments here. Fleet London, Fleet Brest. Could be some misdirection as well, but we'll keep an eye on that as we move into the spring of 1902.
Well, it's not quite a Western triple because England has gone to the English Channel with support, and France has pulled back into mid-Atlantic Ocean whilst attempting the bounce in the English Channel. So, but Peter has decided that actually he's very happy to let Bradley fight England. And particularly because Bradley's also having a German problem with Belgium moving to Picardy and all of the armies steamrolling straight into France as quick as they can. England takes St. Petersburg and Germany set up to take Sweden. So Justin may be, Justin may not be eliminated immediately like he has been in previous games, but he is in the north in a fair bit of trouble. But in the south, he's doing all right. There is an air, it looks like. So they're supporting Austria into Bulgaria, going into Armenia. So it looks like maybe it's a bit of stacks on Tatonchi in Turkey in the south. And the air continues, although now Justin's decided he doesn't really want to be part of that. So pulled out of Armenia at the same time as Peter gets into the Aegean with Robert's support. And Tatonchi slips into the Ionian. So it should be okay for Peter. He's got the army back in Rome for defense. So the East is a little chaotic, but starting to solidify. Not great for Turkey. In the West, this is some good tactics by Bradley. He manages to blow up the army in Picardy and not really lose any position elsewhere. So this is a really, really good defensive year from Bradley, and a really good illustration of why France is hard to kill if you don't have all three of their neighbors on board with it. And I think Justin does not guess the brace right in Sweden, so it does have to retreat to Skagerrak. So is really pretty much done in the north here. So it'll be interesting to see how Justin chooses to play this, whether he tries to get the north back or whether he just cedes it and decides to play in the south.
I think it would be the right decision to largely play in the south. I think if he tries to fight England too hard, he's asking for armies to come down in place of the fleet in St. Petersburg. And I think that Austria is playing the south really well as well. I think Turkey is probably done for, especially with getting into the Aegean successfully. But then again, who knows how much chaos being in the Ionian may cause, and that's what I'm really excited to watch.
There's so much going on in this. I just want to call out a couple things. I brought up the orders because I was trying to read what English Channel is doing. So it's supporting Burgundy to Belgium. Then we've got Tyrolia tapping Munich. So the West is in chaos just because of.
I didn't even see that England was helping now. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Italy cut Munich. That was huge.
Yeah, I love this. All right, winner of 1902. Take a look at those, and we'll move into 03, Karthik.
Yep. So we see now, after the army was put in Sweden, we now see a fleet being built. A fleet taking it rather, with Russian support. Seems consensual though. My question is whether or not it was the right build for England to build Fleet Army Liverpool. I'll wait for Jamal to tell me that. But it looks like there's some potential for England and France to come together. Remains to be seen if that was the right call or if sticking with the EF was a better one. In the south, we see Romania finally slide into the Black Sea, potentially a deadly sequence for the Turks as they try to defend against Austria and Italy at once.
Yeah, look, I think Army Liverpool is probably a good move here because you're not going to be able to convoy it from Edinburgh anyway yet.
Right.
And, if you're in on the EF, you need armies to go into Germany and or Russia. So that you don't need more fleets here if you're working with France.
Yeah. And now the army gets convoyed into Holland, basically ensuring that Germany is in deep trouble. We see that now there's some weird dipsy-do where England tries to support themselves back into Sweden, but because of the Russian moving into Norway and the support hold from Denmark, that doesn't go, but the Russians get it instead. In the south, we see Romania falling due to the Austrian pressure, which really reminds me of a Tempest game I played, given how much pressure is being applied to RT and how many gains are being made so quickly, which is a break from the norm.
Yeah, it looks like the Australians have decided to stick together here. So Robert and Peter are really just throwing their lot in with each other and deciding we don't need Russia here in this position. We can take out Turkey ourselves. So Robert really making a fairly effective stab on Justin here, taking out Romania and also getting into Galicia with very, very good play on Warsaw, whilst they also let Peter into Constantinople. So yeah, this is looking really, really good for the Australians in the south, whilst the EF is also making a lot of progress.
Robert and Peter may be working together in the east, but a little bit question. I'm curious about the decision to tap Silesia, or Silesia to tap Berlin. There, Ed talked about a couple games ago when he's part of a two-person alliance that's doing well, trying to find somebody in the opposite theater to try and help move you across the line a little bit faster. I don't know if I would have made the decision to tap in Berlin. Jamal, what are your thoughts about that?
So I think that tap tells me that the two alliances are talking, right? So I think this is maybe even a kind of larger four-way alliance that's going on, right? Because you saw Peter tap Munich before to help Bradley out. And what I did miss that turn was that Patrick was actually on Bradley's side that turn, last year. So I think what you might be seeing here is that there is a communication channel, at least between Peter and Bradley, if not between all four of them. And maybe they're all just decided to work together and actually try and just carve up the board between the four of them, and they can all get a pretty decent score here if they decide to do that.
Yeah. Let's move into winter of 03. Go ahead and take a look at these. And then Jamal, if you'll talk through spring of 04.
So Turkey decides to keep Fleet Adriatic, which is the fun move. And they immediately, it looks like they're trying to help Peter do a stab on Trieste, which is interesting. I'm not sure I would choose to do that as Peter in this point. But Peter is better at this than me. So it doesn't quite work though, because he tries to go to Aegean and then actually Greece slips into Ionian. So now Robert has a really strong position on Peter. So the East has descended into chaos here with Russia and Turkey kind of working together and everyone turning on each other. And as often happens, if one alliance sticks together and one doesn't, the alliance that sticks together works well. So Bradley gets a huge amount of momentum and is able to really rush the south very quickly, get straight into the Med. And there's a bit of a standoff in the north, but Patrick getting into Helgoland is going to be really key to unlocking all the German centers there.
And Tunis is guaranteed. Shoot.
Yep, Tunis is guaranteed very quickly now, and wow, they're in Tyrrhenian Sea already. And yeah, Peter is maybe paying the price for a little bit of an early stab. So Robert has helped Turkey into Venice. Peter has nabbed Greece here, but that's probably okay. Although it's Robert's going down one, so I don't love it. I'm not sure. I maybe would have had a shot at Naples here if I was Robert. But in the West, Bradley is just making a huge amount of progress against Italy very quickly, and I'm not sure how quickly Peter can respond to this. and Patrick is getting into North Sea, slips into Norwegian Sea quite nicely here, and it's a little slow in Germany, but I think they'll get there.
Okay, so now we're in spring 1905. We see North Sea Fleet being put into Denmark successfully, which should basically ensure that English fleet is in the Baltic Sea sooner rather than later, which is really dangerous for the Germans. We see the French following back into Holland, while the English take heel. Germany not long for this world. EF working so well together. Just really pleasant to watch. In the East, we see unbridled chaos once again. We see the Italians dispossessed from Tunis, but recognizing there was nothing that could be done, the Italians choose to force the Ionian Sea, move into the Aegean Sea, presumably trying to make some ground up on Turkey. Austria and Italy move back together after some previous fractures, and sets up a very, very interesting fall of 05.
And
Yeah.
before we get too far, I did forget to do who do you like. So Jamal, I'll let you make first pick here.
It's either Patrick or Bradley. Not knowing Patrick, I probably will go for Bradley here. I just think he's got the ability to really put the hammer down where he needs to here, and so there's some really good space in the West here, and I think it's going to be between one of those two.
Karthik.
Yeah, I'm never going to bet against France, who is the board topper with a dead person basically in the West, especially now when they have Tunis. I would like to normally keep it interesting, but I just don't see a way to do it here. I think France is in a dominant position.
So, the Australian alliance is back together, and so Robert is putting Peter into Smyrna and hopefully trying to clean up the Turk here. Interestingly, does not take Peter's support into Venice. Maybe they want to do it in the fall, but not quite sure why that happened. But yeah, they do manage. Oh, this is the fall, so I have no idea why they didn't take that. Maybe there was a misorder. So it looks like Peter will be losing Tunis but gaining Smyrna. But again, EF just working really, really well together here, taking Sweden, getting Munich back, keeping Kiel.
Yeah, so fair enough why I didn't take it yet. Because Robert's saying that he knew this was being cut by a Tyrannian, so.
All right, Jamal.
Take this one.
This one's yours.
Yeah, I guess we did a reverse switcheroo. So we have a beautiful convoy from London through the Helgoland Bight, which doesn't happen nearly as often as one would expect in games, but it's always really cool when it happens. That allows Kiel to slide to Berlin. And I think England is trying to get into a position where they actually could contend with France, which I think is good. And we saw it didn't happen in the prior game in the reverse way where France refused to put themselves in position to counter England. Here, England is doing what needs to be done. Will it be enough? Remains to be seen, but it is a huge move. The other thing to look for that's kind of interesting is Austria moving heavily to the line really quickly, while Sevastopol follows into Romania. The Black Sea Fleet is going to create a huge guessing game in the fall. Very, very fun to watch. And then we have the Italians moving into Apulia, trying to eliminate the Turks from Venice.
And I will pause because I did just see this as well. There's a great little game on the if you go to the VWDC Discord server, Marcus put a link up to something called Sporkle, which I'm not familiar with, but basically you just type in how often you think a convoy is moved, and then it tells you what the most common ones are at the end of it. You get points for getting it right. It's a lot of fun. Definitely recommend it. Don't put spoilers in though, because I'm only about a quarter of the way through my time and I had to pause it to come do this broadcast. All right. London to Kiel though, I might try that one. All right. Moving in fall of 1906.
Okay, yeah. So in the fall, like I said, we're setting up for a really interesting turn here. I was wondering what the fleet in Romania was going to do. Is this a sign Russia and Austria were working together, or we're going to fight? And it seems like they're going to fight. Galicia slides into Vienna, getting that gets to go for them. Romania supports the Black Sea into Bulgaria, getting that gets to go for them. Bulgaria goes into Constantinople, though, opting not to defend itself. Aegean defends Ionian, though, against potential French attack, which does not happen. The Italian supports Austria into Venice, which is much needed for the Austrian defense, given everything that they're losing. But while France gets stymied in the south, they managed to make their position into Silesia, oddly enough, making an attack on Kiel. But given the fact the North Sea cut it, I assume that it has to have some degree of foreknowledge. Either that or England just sussed it out really well. But I'm assuming there was some sort of negotiation there, given the fact that Mao did not follow up into now, which was wide open.
Yeah, there's something going on in the East, which, to me, this reads like one side of the board really has built up a lot of animosity in a really short period of time, right? So, diplomatically, things have just fallen apart in the East. No one trusts anybody. Everyone's just, trying to, exact some kind of revenge on other people. Justin suddenly has 2 builds here. Like, there's just absolute chaos, which is usually a really, really good recipe for the other side of the board if they are if they have their stuff together in a really good way. They can just walk all over the side of the board that is really caught up in petty squabbling. And I'm not sure what happened, and I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but the squabbling in the East, I think, is going to be their undoing.
100% agreed.
All right, we got 2 armies from Justin. That is going to be a lot of fun to see if that shakes things up in this board state. We've got that army from Patrick. I like that one a lot. Let's keep on going. Spring of 07.
Right.
Yep.
And you can see here that France and England are immediately, if there was any tension last turn around Kiel, they've immediately sorted it out. It's like, no, the East is squabbling too much. We need to get back on the same page. So France is moving slightly defensively, I think, but at the same time, very much not going to fight England anymore, not even going to try. And England is doing the alliance moves and convoying off and getting themselves into a position to try and stop the Lazarus Justin Law. The East is still squabbling. There's still fighting and bouncing around, and it's chaotic.
Are we setting up for a 1908 draw after England takes St. Pete in a 9-9?
I can see it.
Yeah.
Let's keep pressing through, see if the players see it that way as well.
So England does take St. Pete. Peter is trying to go to Brest. Yes, and again, Justin's sneaking into Budapest but losing Vienna. It's all very difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if this draws here. It looks like EF have decided they don't particularly want to push any further. They absolutely could walk all over this board, but they've decided not to.
All right, we can army build. Yep, game draws there. So spring 1908, congratulations to Patrick and Bradley. Really well played alliance game between that Leviathan and taking advantage of discord and distrust in the East. Jamal, story of the game.
So I think for me, the story of the game was probably the turn around 1904, when I think it's about knowing who your real number one ally is. I think Peter thought that Bradley was his number one ally, and so therefore stabbed Robert to get a pretty good position on there, thinking that he had Bradley on side. And unfortunately for Peter, Bradley was not his number one ally, and Bradley immediately came south and took the med that turn. So, being able to read, if you've got these kind of shifting alliances and you think you're tight with 2 different groups of people, being able to read which one to go with, it's a really tricky decision. And even, I maintain Peter McNamara is the best diplomacy player in the world right now, and even he doesn't always get it right.
Yep, it's the hardest part of diplomacy, and it's why it's called diplomacy, not tactics, not strategy. Like, making that gut decision and being able to tell who's on your side, who isn't, so hard, so hard.
Well, I will say congratulations, Patrick, on the first board top. That is, I remember my first. That's always a good feeling. Cherish this moment, and I wish you more tops than I.
When was your first top, Brian?
In a tournament, I think my first top happened at a small tournament we used to do in Chicago called CodCon. Ended up topping, getting best Russia for that game. It was
Nice.
it was a good time. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. We had a lot of fun with that one, Karthik. We're going to bid you farewell. You are welcome to hang around and close out the show, or if you want to just go do better things with your life, you're welcome to do that as well. Don't need to answer now. You can hang out. We'll see you if we see you. We're going to welcome back by popular demand, Mr. Ed Sullivan. The fans were cheering for you. They're booing when you left.
Ed,
and everybody's loving you all the more because you're on mute.
Take yourself off mute.
Getting here. Karthik has no life. He's hanging around. You might as well just bring him back, and the four of us can do the last game.
All right. Karthik, if you want to do the last one, we can do a forecast. Why not?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right. Here we go.
I know, Karthik.
I mean, I already thought I should do it. May as well stay.
All right, here we go. So transition is over. And final game of the night, VDL 189, Lissandro Martinez. I have not figured out these board names. I'm hoping it's probably some like maybe a soccer team.
It's soccer. Right? Bukayo Saka gave that away to me.
All right, I show my ignorance, but well done to those of you who got it. Man, that was a great board last game, loaded with talent. That's one to go back and watch. There's lots of lessons to learn. Hopefully we get another good one here. In Austria, we've got Marcus Loan, England, Christian Brown, France, Micah Blom. Micah, man, putting in some time in VDL right now. Germany, we've got Navy Wolf, Italy, Teague Epright. Good to see Teague back. Haven't seen Teague in a little while. Russia, we've got Isaac Chooks, and Turkey, Captain Gaming, also putting in some time. Good set of players. Karthik, set up our storylines here.
Sure. I think the biggest storyline for me, I want to focus on, given the fact that we've been covering the Youth Diplomacy Championships, is the rise of the young. Seeing Micah and the rise of the young and the new, seeing players like Micah, Marcus, Isaac, people on the younger side who are achieving great success is really, really fun. And I want to see among those who gets the top tonight.
All right. So since there are four of us, we're doing the forecast here. What we're going to do is each of us will take one turn each. Well, the three of you will. We'll just rotate through. And then at the end of every year, we'll let everybody pitch in with a little bit of spice, talking about things maybe somebody missed or that stood out. But we're going to try and keep it moving quickly. As we move into spring 1901, Jamal, you are going to start us out.
Alrighty, there is standard moves all around except for Isaac, who does a lovely little cute move to Silesia. Love to see something different here and there. Silesia, it's the place where Russian armies want to be. Other than that, everything else seems pretty standard.
I just want to know what Navy Wolf did to make Isaac want to move to Silesia. Ed, this one's you.
Well, the move to Silesia is cool, except it does sort of force, you're not getting Sweden if you're Russia. And so that's sort of the downside there. And it may have been what we're playing for here with Denmark going to Sweden. You get the convoy to Denmark. Looks pretty Western triple-ish for me, which is ironic given that Austria, the Australian in Austria, is on the wrong side of the board for a Western triple. It makes no sense other than that. But I also think that there's no way Christian triples. I'm just riffing. It's been a long day, guys.
No, I strongly disagree. This is not going to be a Western triple, but I'll get into that later.
Three builds for France. So heck of a start for Micah. Meanwhile, poor Russia. No Romania, no Sweden, a Turkish attack, an Austrian attack. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I just want to note we've seen 3 Micah games today, and all of which she's been France. Which I'm not sure how the allocations work, but that is either very lucky or very unlucky.
Very, very lucky. I want to know who she paid off to get those France draws and who I can pay to get the same.
I think it rhymes with Zachary Moore, but
yep. But no, I think what I want to call out here is this is not a Western triple, in my opinion, Ed. This is going to be a really strong ER, or it would have been if Isaac was able to get any builds this turn. Normally, this is something that results in Russia getting a couple builds, but getting none is rough. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Take a look at those. And Karthik, you'll lead us off in spring 1902.
Right. So I'm a little bit surprised here. I actually thought that Sebastopol was going to fall. I presumed that Galicia was going to top Ukraine. And you don't need 4 to take Romania against 2. Like, what are you guys doing? But like, the wrath of the Germans is undeniable. Going to Prussia and Silesia. Like, if Galicia taps Ukraine, follow up to Moscow. Like, Warsaw is cooked. Moscow is cooked. St. Petersburg is gone. Like, Isaac could literally be gone by the end of 1902. But on the plus side for the EF, Germany will probably also be gone by then. So very, very strong for the EF. Normally, this opening does work better for Russia. And Italy moves into position for Lepanto.
So, Karthik, I'm just going to give the viewers here some insight. Having played a little bit with Marcus, that non-tap of Ukraine is 100% deliberate, right? Because Marcus knows that the Lepanto is coming, and he doesn't inherently want to give Captain Gaming Sevastopol. And this can look like, oh well, hey, I just really needed to take Romania here, but it also allows Captain Gaming to come back and defend Smyrna. So now he's got Italy and Turkey fighting each other, and he has a pick. And so
I didn't help you. I didn't help you so I could help you.
Right. That is Marcus is a brilliant player, and that is a subtle move that just puts him in a commanding position.
Right. The thing I was going to say was, if I were him, I would have preferred to let the convoy succeed. That way, I can have a more damning, attack on Italy if I want it. But I can see why he would prefer this if he wants to go after Turkey more heavily, which he seems to do. Russia does end up getting into Romania as a result of this, by consent, it seems, in exchange for tapping the Black Sea, which makes sense because Marcus can take back Romania whenever he wants, but gets Bulgaria in the process. And then in the north, we see Finland take St. Petersburg south coast. We see Kiel get popped, while England takes Kiel from Germany, takes Holland. France takes Munich, takes Sweden. Germany is in deep, deep trouble, basically getting all the little they can from Russia, but basically not enough to really keep them alive in a meaningful form.
And again, I'm gonna heap praise on Marcus here, because again, the choice of alliance structure here and choosing to turn on Turkey is strategically it makes the most sense, right? If you have France big and coming, you need Italy there to block that, and if you have England big and coming, you need Russia there. So it makes sense for him to make this flip.
100% agreed.
All right, winner of 1902. We've got +3 for Christian Brown in England. That'll be fun to see. This is a fast moving board. Where are those English dots coming next? We've got Micah with +1 and Marcus +1, Isaac +1. Take a look at those adjustments. And then Jamal, I'll let you go through all of 1903. And then Ed will put you in 1904.
All right. So the EF sticks together and the armies are convoyed up, and we're getting really good movement through here. France is barging straight into the Western Med, or into the Mediterranean, and Teague has seen that coming and decided to opt for defense over offense, which I think makes a lot of sense. Marcus is rushing to the line, as I think he probably needs to do here. So we're looking at really an air versus an EF forming. The destruction of Turkey is slow, and I think everyone's kind of okay with that at this point. They don't need to commit too much to that. Really trying to slow down the EF is the main aim of the game for the East.
Maul, does the air need to get another fleet for Italy here?
Maybe, or it could already be too late potentially. I mean, they're in the Tyrrhenian Sea. I mean, yeah, it's just you do need to get another fleet for Italy, but Rome versus Naples. I guess Rome versus Naples isn't a guess, but then where do you build the fleet? Venice?
Yeah, it's rough.
And they do guess right, though. So Teague does a really good job of both bouncing Tunis and protecting Naples. So that is a really, really good guess there. Makes a lot of sense. But again, interestingly, Marcus doing a really good job diplomatically, convincing Teague, who's under threat from France, to give him the build in Smyrna instead of actually putting Teague into Smyrna, which would make more sense because then you can build a fleet Rome. But for what it's worth, Micah is pulling back a little bit, going back into Marseille, deciding just to kind of sit tight a little bit, take a defensive position in Gascony and hold Munich. So maybe Micah has seen that they actually want Teague to be in a position to do something else rather than get stymied down in the Med. In the rest of the board, the English get into the Baltic, which is very, very important, and that will unlock Berlin and potentially Livonia and St. Petersburg, but not a heap of fast progress there at this point. And Marcus just for good measure is going to Galicia, just because, we just need to protect that against the German, right?
Right. And I want to call one particular part about this being really smart by Marcus. I think if I'm him, I'm looking forward to 1905, 1906 here. I'm much more worried about England than I am about France. I want France to get something off of Italy. I don't care if Italy dies pretty soon here. So doing this sets him up really well while having no blood on his hands. Oh, well, there you go. I love it. Trieste.
They need the fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure he's not going to attack Italy right away. He's just going to come send it down to help.
Yeah.
All right, Ed. Spring of 1904.
Yeah, I like this help by Austria if I'm Italy with Trieste and Piedmont, Adriatic, just totally being cool. Didn't take anything. So, all right. Meanwhile, let's see here. Christian prioritizes Berlin over St. Petersburg, which I think is the right call. Gets the army into Holland by no Christian. He's always looking at Micah. He's always keeping that eye open. And Micah's now getting into Tunis, which, she should have probably gotten there a time before. And let's see here.
So I'm just going to call out here the key conversation that should happen in fall is the conversation between Marcus and Christian. If they can get on the same page, it frees both of them up to stab their ally at the same time, whereas Marcus can put the hammer down on Teague if Christian's putting the hammer down on Micah at the same time. If one of them goes without the other one, whoever goes first is in trouble. But if they both go at the same time, it's good for both of them.
That conversation is necessary because Christian would need help from Marcus against Munich. So they should talk. Whether they agree to do that, I don't know. Okay, so Marcus still playing it cool. Micah gets a hell of a convoy into Tuscany here. That was just a tremendous play. Teague gave away the game in the spring by defending Rome through self bounces, and she saw that and gave unwanted support of Tuscany to Rome to be able to convoy Marseille to Tuscany. Really fantastic play that I think everyone should benefit from looking at, including why she did so well at WDC. It's why she's a great player. Meanwhile, another great turn for Christian. Now he gets St. Petersburg. That army, that fleet in Baltic is so key. Unlock Berlin and St. Petersburg, just like Jamal said. And they evened it up a bit with Teague here getting a build. I don't know where he will build. I guess he has to build Army Rome under these circumstances because he got in Smyrna. That was a nice play by Marcus. I don't think Marcus should have stepped, so I think he played well.
I think it's Army Venice for Teague because Rome. My mouth just dropped open because of the support from Tyrrhenian to block the self bounce, the unwanted support from Tyrrhenian that allowed that convoy to happen from Micah. Just masterful decision there, because not only is Micah in Tuscany, but Rome's covered from a build now. So just great. That only downside is that Teague's getting that army build. That would just be game over otherwise. All right, Karthik, take us. Actually, before we do that, let's do who do you like? Karthik, we'll start with you.
For me, I'm going to say the obvious one here, which is England. I really like England's position on top of France here. It's not as juicy as some of the ones that we've seen prior, where France has like no defense, nothing home, and no ability to respond. But it's still a really solid position from where they can reasonably expect to not be able to go down very much and to potentially pick up Belgium or something else off of France when push comes to shove. There is no real way to dispossess them of anything, so I really like their position.
Jamal?
Well, yeah, Karthik took the obvious one, so I'm going to back in Marcus here. I think there is no reason for EF to break, but I think if anybody can cause it to happen, if anybody can whisper that sweet little nothing in someone's ear and get someone to do something a little bit silly, it's Marcus. And so the minute that someone in the West does something just that little bit too silly, Marcus is ready to pounce.
Ed?
Who do I like? Can I say Christian Brown? I like Christian Brown.
All right. So we've got our picks from our players as we move into spring 1905. Karthik, tell us what happens.
Okay, so in spring 1905, we have the stab that was potentially going to happen, finally happens. England decides to stab Micah. Christian walks into the English Channel, moves the Baltic Sea into Kiel, and sends Barents back to Norwegian. This guarantees Brest in the fall, potentially more. If they want to play for position, they could go for Mao instead, which would be very, very devastating. Would allow for a convoy to Portugal or something along those lines, but I suspect it'll just be a convoy into Brest. In the meantime, I see Black Sea taking Ankara, which will likely eliminate Turkey for good. We see AIR finally sort of working together in some sensible fashion. Besides the walk into Venice, unclear what that is. Oh, is Austria supporting? Yeah, Austria's supporting Italy to hold there. So yeah, it's just a seeming walk into Venice.
Italy's supporting Austria to Venice, I think, trying to block Tuscany going there.
I see. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Yeah, so like, AAR versus whoever now, I guess. But I suspect that one of them will break pretty soon after they see England stab France like this. In the fall. So yeah, convoy to Brest happens. Convoy to Belgium happens. Micah doesn't seem to react at all to it, opting to focus on taking Rome, supporting Aegean into Ionian Sea. The Austrian and Russian attacks on France and England go nowhere. Yeah, very, very stunning turn.
I want to say this about Micah because I've stabbed Micah before, and Micah has turned around and worked with me, but kind of under the condition that you can't keep piling on. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if Christian trusted that.
Right.
if I'm being honest with you, right? And I don't think most players would. I was the guy who did, and it worked out well for me. But Christian didn't here, and he's really sort of benefited from it. I mean, I don't know what Austria is doing. Like, well, actually, I take it back. Sorry.
No,
Yeah, but Micah's non-turnaround here. I mean, this is. I mean, I don't think it was intended like this, but this is as good as handing the game to England here. I don't see how Micah continuing to push here does. Sure, you might cut a deal with England where you say, "Hey, don't keep coming for me. I'll keep working with you." But like, that's entirely in England's hands, and Christian in this case has chosen to take the centres. And I mean, this position, there's nothing stopping Paris, Portugal, Spain, whatever else. Like, this is, the entire board has to rally here against Christian if for any other result.
All right. Ed, or I'm sorry, Jamal, I think this one will go to you in the 06. Do you like these adjustments from both England and Austria?
I don't love Fleet Trieste. I don't know what it's doing here. You need Micah, you need her to turn around, and you need to be able to walk your armies through Piedmont over into the French centers to block England from getting them. So I think that's a little bit. Maybe it's Marcus trying to. Yeah, I don't. It looks too cute. I'd honestly prefer a wave in this situation if I really wanted to. But England's is good. I think England's work.
All right, well, let's move into spring of 1906. I will say that your fellow Australian, Andrew Goff, loves the fleet. So we're going to find out which of you is correct.
Right, hold on. We're just going to find out which of us is correct.
He's wrong. He's 100.
All right, Jamal.
I was going to say, I feel like I recognize that room that you're in, Jamal.
Yeah. All right. So the race is on. We see England moving pretty effectively to get in. Oh, there is a brutal misorder. Wow.
Oh, that convoy.
The London convoy not landing in Picardy. That is huge. So that changes the dynamic entirely. Which, as we see Venice moving to Piedmont, Goffy's Fleet Trieste just parking itself in Venice. And now Marcus is pulling back, getting ready to have a go, I think, and really trying to wind up a really late move and also helping the Russian into Berlin back the way through. This is, I mean, that missed convoy might be the game there. And suddenly this is looking very, very different.
I don't know if it changes the game, but like it does make it a lot dicier for sure. But I mean, Portugal is going to go. I don't know if there's enough time for Austria to catch up. I mean, they get Munich, Berlin, maybe
Romania,
Smyrna. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance actually.
The armies.
Yeah.
Takes Smyrna, doesn't take Romania. Okay, I guess decides that they want to keep Russia on side. That makes sense.
Fair enough.
Self bounces with Micah in Marseille. Paris is lost and Portugal is lost, and the army does land in Picardy. So that is rough. Pulling out of Ruhr, I guess, to get into Burgundy are probably necessary, but puts Munich. It's dicey. It is very close here. If I was Marcus, I would have liked to at least maybe go to Tyrrhenian Sea under the proviso of help here, put yourself into at least a little bit of a better position. I get why you're not pulling the trigger yet, but you can at least position yourself to do so a bit more if you feel like you have to. But this is
he goes to 1909, 1910, so he does have time. Time is on his side.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, this game has progressed.
He doesn't want to anger Micah. But I don't think she already knows that he can do this. So, I think it's okay.
All right, moving into winter of 1906. Two rough disbands from Micah. Is it the fleets? Is it Munich? What is the right disband here?
I give up Munich and Lyon.
Yeah, Munich and Burgundy probably.
No, Lyon and West.
I mean, you're picking the winner now, right? Like, and England's W first. England blew up your game. Like, you can't defend Munich against Austria, realistically speaking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Well, we all agree on Munich, and we'll see what the other one is.
No, they're on the West.
All right.
Fleets.
And we draw.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. Spring of 07.
Marcus deciding to not play this out and see if he can get there.
I mean, it would have been an uphill battle. I don't disagree necessarily, not strongly with that decision. It would have been fun for us to watch it play out for sure.
It's not that uphill. Marcus goes to Tyrrhenian Sea and Apulia, and then takes Naples and walks into Rome and Tunis. There's 3.
Yep.
Walking into Romania.
4. That's 12.
4.
13. That's 13 right there.
5. Like, it's not that hard.
I think the answer to that question is upsetting our Australian commentator. So
I think it's the right call because, like, I'm sorry, it would have been tough sledding for sure to get ahead of Christian, and to do it, he has to burn Micah, and I don't know if he wants to do that. I think this is, and it's very Australian.
It is, yeah. And look, I guess the counterpoint to this is that Christian's getting Spain almost guaranteed here, and what we don't know is the relationship between Christian and Isaac. Right? They've been kind of sitting around, jockeying over St. Petersburg. But if Marcus is concerned that if he stabs Isaac, Isaac will instead give Moscow, Berlin back to Christian, maybe he thinks it's not worth it.
Maybe.
Well, either way. Congratulations, Christian Brown. Dominant performance as England, 13 center board top, 130 points. That is not insignificant in the Virtual Diplomacy League. That is a score that will definitely count towards the end of the season. Christian's had some success in the Virtual Diplomacy League. I think a couple of years ago was the league leader in the top 3 for a couple of seasons, but the performance has been inconsistent. So good to see Christian back on top, and this is one of the more dominant positions that I've seen from him. So good to see that. Karthik, we'll start with you. Story of the game.
Yeah, I think the story of the game was perfectly timed stab. I think Christian Brown had the position. He waited, and then when the time was right, slid the units into the English Channel, had the position on Micah, and then Micah offering him a chance to patch things up and stay, just don't pile on me, presumably didn't work, and Christian just kept on plowing through and managed to get to 13.
Jamal?
Yeah, look, I think it was a really great play by Christian. It was the perfect, the perfectly timed stab, as Karthik said. It really put him in a great position. And, I do think Marcus had some more play there, but I think, if Christian had everyone convinced that he had it locked up and was able to, I guess, diplomatically kind of sell that as much as anything else, I think, it's a really well-deserved win.
Ed?
I'm really happy for Christian Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Brown eats a lot of shit on this show because of his, his erratic play, which is hilarious to watch. He gives us a lot of fun as we record him, and he played really well, and he deserved this win, and I am happy for him. And the world of diplomacy is better when Christian Brown gets the occasional victory, and I hope this is the first of many. I don't remember him topping a board before. I'm serious. I don't remember it. And I'm glad that it happened here, and I'm happy for him. He's a person who plays diplomacy to improve himself. But it's one of the things this game can do. And so when someone achieves a goal, I'm happy for them.
Absolutely. Well, can't say it any better than that. So congratulations again, Christian Brown. And congratulations to all the players tonight. Lots of fun games. A special shout out again to the Youth Diplomacy Championship. Future of this hobby is bright. Let's say we wrap this show up by looking at our standings. I know there's a couple people on the stream who might be particularly interested. Go ahead and pull those up. Will Christian Brown's score shake up the standings? Karthik, I'm going to go to you. What's your prediction?
I think it will. I don't remember exactly what things were before coming in, but I remember Christian Brown was like pretty good, but I don't think he was in the top 3 because that was.
I don't think he was in the top 7.
Oh yeah, so this will definitely do so. Because 130 is a big score when people are playing very, very calm, collected, and risk-averse gameplay. Because outside of the solo, there have not been as many high scores. There have been some, but not as many, given what the scores we see at the top of the leaderboard are right now. So I think this is a great score for Christian Brown, a great place for him to build, and well-deserved after a great game played by him.
All right. Well, here are the results after tonight's games. Justin Lohr maintains first, Ben Kellman second, Brandon Dix, I believe, moves into third. Yep. Jamal is graciously commenting and not playing, moves to fourth. Micah Blom, 8 games. Very impressive. Hard fought fifth place. Christian Brown into sixth. Karsten to 7th. Jordan Connors, 2 games, 75% top share, 208 points in 8th place. One more game like that, and Jordan will be top 3 probably. So well done to Jordan. Someone to keep your eye on. Marcus coming in at 9, and Isaac Jukes rounding out our top 10. Take a quick look now at 11 to 20. Jason Bennett, Cody Green, Patrick Jacobson, Doug Malott, Bradley Grace, Captain Gaming, Spiros DeVos, Ed Sullivan, Tom Firkins, and Wes Ketchum. So thank you again to all of our players. Thanks to the Virtual Diplomacy League organizers, Commissioner Zachary Moore and his cadre of GMs, and those helping to make these games happen. Ed, Karthik, Jamal, thank you all for a fantastic broadcast tonight. I had a lot of fun. Jamal, I think this is your first broadcast. You did a fantastic job. Really appreciate having you on the stream. And I hope everybody has a good night. Jamal, since it is your first time, you can give the stay safe and sab well sign off if you would like.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everyone for having me here. It was a wonderful night of diplomacy. Stay safe, everyone, and stab well.
Good night, everybody.